Good morning, Chairperson and the panel. Apologies for the sort of late start. We've been juggling with a number of issues that pertain to this morning's testimony in particular. And but we are ready to proceed. Myself and Mr. Buang Jones will be leading the evidence. We do have our witness, Mr. Krishna Glenn Naidu, present this morning, who will be our first witness.
Can you just repeat the name, please?
It's Mr. Krishna, Krishna, Glenn Naidu.
Thank you. Can I call him? Good morning, Mr. Naidu, and thank you very much for coming to give evidence at the hearing. Just to introduce you, we form the hearing panel. It's myself. I'm chairing Andre Gaum, Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission. On my left is Commissioner Bililin Thuli, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. So, first of all, I'm just going to ask you, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm willing to take the oath.
Thank you very much. Mr. Naidu, do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Who will start? Advocate Lotz, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson. Myself and Mr. Jones will sort of interchangeably lead this particular evidence. And perhaps I will begin then. Mr. Naidu, we have noted your name for the record, and perhaps maybe the first question from me to you would just be to just check from you as to where do you live, and what area do you sort of work in?
Okay, I live in Phoenix. I am from a security company, and my background's all about security, my security interaction that took place during the unrest.
Okay. And are you willing to share with us the name of the security company that you work for or with?
Yes, I used to work for a company called KZN VIP Protection Services.
Okay, and you say used to. So when did you, for how long have you been working for them, and when did you end your working relationship with KZN VIP?
Okay, I am the founder of KZN VIP Protection Services, and we've been open since the inception in 2005. And I stepped down from my position or very shortly after the unrest.
Okay, so you stepped down shortly after the unrest.
That is correct.
So the stepping down part, does that mean that you are now no longer working and no longer having any relationship with the said company?
If I may explain that I've stepped down, is that I am only called when the situation is so grave and no one else has the expertise that I have, then only I will assist KZN VIP Protection Services or any other security company, and even the police.
Okay, so you are you what is termed as a consultant or special advisor?
Well, yes, you can say that.
Okay, you mentioned that you also assist the police, and how do you do so?
Well, in my evidence, I'll bring up all of that. The South African police is very thin on the ground. We all know that. We all know the capabilities of the South African police. And the South African police have always called upon security companies to assist whenever they need it. And at
Okay.
KZN VIP, we're a specialized company over and above, and we have what is called a very similar unit to the South African police or the public order policing unit.
Okay, so you're saying South African Police Services, is it a formal relationship or is it ad hoc? Or how is it, or how do you provide that advice?
Okay, so the security companies in South Africa generally work as force multipliers to assist the police, and that's where we come in.
Okay, perhaps in simpler terms, so that we are clear, what are you saying? Are you saying that as force multipliers, security companies, including your role and expertise, you sort of provide that assistance to police in terms of advice? I'm just trying to understand.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe if you could just put it in a much more simpler way for us to understand and for the panel to understand.
Okay, so advice I give to security companies and communities, force multipliers for the police or to the police. It's a very simple thing. So if the police are going or holding a roadblock and they only have 2 members or 3 members in one vehicle, they will call upon security companies across the board and say, listen, please come help us and show a bit of visibility. And security companies per se, it's not restricted to KZN and VIP, and this is going throughout the country, that they will come aboard and they will probably give you extra 20, 30 men, give you extra 5, 6 vehicles, and assist. So just by them being in the background, they help the police. When they go on big raids, etc., security companies are generally called and act more of a backup service to the police in case the police get attacked, etc. They don't physically get involved if we use a roadblock, for example, security companies don't get involved in the stopping, searching of those vehicles, members, or anything of that sort. All they do is they just stand there, create that heavy security presence, and then give the police and the community a sense of being secured. And then if criminals come, the criminals won't want to really take a chance because they can see they've got few police officers and a lot of security personnel.
Okay. Is it my understanding that in terms of what you're saying, is that such support that is provided by security companies generally, those security companies would not then assume the role and functions of the police?
Exactly. We cannot, we are security companies. We don't have those powers that the South African police have. We just, like I said, the terminology used is force multipliers.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like us to come back to this at a later stage because I think what I was really getting to or at was to really just understand your background, and I think you've somewhat elaborated on that, specifically in as far as your role and expertise within the security sector. There are a number of questions that we would like to raise at a later stage, but I want to come back to where I was at, and that is having understood that you are from Phoenix. Is the company that you're associated with specifically located and running its business within the Phoenix area?
I'm going to say the Phoenix and surrounding areas, but our offices are based in Phoenix.
Okay, Phoenix and surrounding areas. Any examples you'd wish to share? Which areas you may probably have footprint on?
Okay, so we have a footprint in Phoenix, and I say the surrounding areas will be Schlangenrocks, Verulam, Ottawa, and then if you go down south, we're going to go to places like Newlands, as far as Newlands. However, we have security services throughout, or the majority in KZN, where we have a special unit that, like I said, we trained very similar to public order policing, and if there are strikes, etc., we go throughout the country.
Okay, and obviously, or put differently, with that, it means that you do have that capacity and experience over the years in as far as the public order or working with gatherings and the like?
Yes, I'm an ex-policeman, and I joined the police in 1980, and I left in 1998. Towards the latter part of my police career, I was in the public order policing, or the riot unit at that time. That's what it was called. Yeah, so I have vast experience in riots, riot control, etc.
Okay. Now, no, thank you for that, Mr. Naidu. I just want to check before I proceed as well. With regards to the Phoenix area and Phoenix and surrounding areas, the company that you're associated with, in as far as its clientele, could you just give us a bit of a breakdown or some information about who do you service, perhaps even some numbers if you do have? Is it just purely business, or is it business and private individuals?
Yes, so KZN VIP's clientele base is across the board, across the racial divide. You know, we have the majority being so-called South African Indians, and we have a lot of people from the black community as well, black Africans. We also have white clientele, colored. So yes, it's across the racial groups, so to speak.
Okay. And just for further understanding, is it both business and private?
That is correct. We have business clientele and we have clientele, residential clientele, and I think, and I stand to be corrected, but we have about 6,500 alarm monitoring clients, predominantly in the Phoenix area.
6,500, you say?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately. And what has been your experience of, given that you've got such a huge clientele in as far as the alarm monitoring that you've just mentioned, what has been your experience in as far as the Phoenix and surrounding areas, in as far as specifically from the perspective of your role as a security company, in as far as relations with the within the community?
Okay, we have an excellent relationship with our community in that we formed a Facebook page and group, and on the group presently we have approximately over 63,000 people that follow us. And these, and if we have 6,500 clients, we're looking at about 10% of them are probably my clients. The other people follow us because we created a crime alert system to notify people of crime that's taking place. We also sometimes post our successes. The whole purpose of it is to inform people where crime's taking place, the profile of the criminals that's or that are involved, and the purpose was to ensure that the community takes a stance. Just to give an example, in Phoenix, let's say on the south side, okay, Phoenix has about, I think, over 30 suburbs, and let's use one suburb, let's call it the Clayfield area. So if people break into the houses there, steal cars, get involved in robberies, etc., we will post that. And that generally comes from the community to us saying, listen, this is what is happening. Guys, please be aware, take the necessary precautions, and we probably give a description of the suspect. So if we do that, it becomes an alert system, and the community then takes the necessary actions with the local CPFs, the local street committees, and even the police themselves. You know, sometimes it's amazing. The police will probably see of a crime or hear of a crime first on our Facebook page or group. The sad part is that when our Facebook page called Phoenix Crime Watch was closed down by Facebook after thousands of complaints because people were posting fake news on it, and that became detrimental to the whole thing. And the Facebook policy is that if anything that is horrific and against community so-called standards will be removed. And this was because people discredited us. One of them is the Minister of Police, and he did that on national television. And you must remember, he's the minister. People listen to people at the apex of any institution. So yeah, sadly it was closed down, and it's never been reopened.
Okay, maybe just back to the relationship. You mentioned that you've also worked with CPF, street committees, and SAPs. What's been your relationship specifically with regards to the Phoenix and surrounding areas with the CPF?
Well, you know, once upon a time, I served on the Phoenix CPF on the executive committee, and I've since left because this is my personal opinion. I think it was more of a talk shop. I'm a doer. I probably talk a lot, but I prefer getting things done. You know, it's not worth you sit and you have meetings upon meetings upon meetings, and nothing credible gets done on the ground. If we talk too much, then we lose the plot at the end of the day.
Okay, and then with SAPs, how would you describe the relationship that
I
company
think
has with
that
SAPs?
prior to the unrest, we had what I would call better than an excellent relationship with the South African police. We've always been there to assist them in anything that they required. We've never told them no. I think that goes for a lot of other security companies throughout South Africa, but just particularly us. We've had an excellent relationship with the South African police, with the Metro Police, etc. Until, and I want to say this, after the Minister of Police went on national TV and he demonized us, and he's part and parcel. It seems right now, And that's one of the reasons why I had to step down from the organization, because we are being harassed presently by certain organs of the state. So after the unrest and after the minister had made certain public announcements, it seems like we have the plague. Nobody wants to communicate with us, not even the police anymore.
Now, maybe just to zoom into what you've just mentioned now, you say you had quite a good relationship with the police up until the minister demonized. Was it demonizing you as a person or demonizing the company?
I think he demonized the company. He mentioned the security company by name.
All right, maybe could you just elaborate on that? When was that, and what, as far as you can recall, was specifically mentioned?
I can't recall the date, but I know it's very shortly after the minister had visited Phoenix and the surrounding areas. He went on national television, and he stated the security companies were involved in the shootings, unrest, and we were part of what they call the Phoenix massacre. And where he's got that information from shocks me, because at the end of the day, like I said, I'm an ex-policeman, and yes, I will take the full responsibility of the actions of KZN VIP on or during the unrest. But he went on national television and he said that KZN VIP is one of the security companies that needed to be investigated for the unrest in Phoenix.
Okay. Is that about all that you can recall specifically relating to what perhaps you term as a negative comment by the minister about the company?
Yes, definitely. The mere implication and the tragedy that has taken place during the unrest, especially in Phoenix, I think that the minister's utterances was totally out of context. He should have never made that. He should have waited for the investigation team to do, or the police to have done the investigation before, I'm going to use the word again, demonizing us. It's sad because people started spreading fake news, and there were millions of interactions where somebody had taken my photograph, where they copied and pasted, or I don't know, however they do it, and they put it on Facebook, and they put somebody else's video, somebody else's photograph, and associated with me, and they said, yes, I am the man that is behind the killing of innocent people in the Phoenix area.
Okay.
They were photoshopped. There were also videos made of somebody else carrying a rifle, especially the one with an orange top or a jacket. And they said that was Glenn Naidu. That was not me. So fake news, yes, it really hurt us after that.
Okay. Now, maybe just lastly on that, because we're going to come back. I want us to come back in a few minutes to the issue of any investigations, because you mentioned it as well, to say that perhaps the comments were premature and maybe investigations should have been awaited to unfold and be concluded for any negative connotations or anything that is relating to the unrest. We'll come back to, I want to park that for a second, okay? What I want to really get to for now is the issue of your role as a company, perhaps even yourself, during the unrest. Could you just perhaps maybe just explain to the panel, because we've heard a lot of evidence around what specifically happened on Phoenix Highway. We heard specific evidence about barricades, people being prevented or blocked, people being attacked, assaulted, killed, and so on. I want to just come back to that particular part, because I think you gave us a very broad overview as well about your role in Phoenix as a security company. One then would assume that you had a specific role given what was happening in July. Could you just perhaps take us through what KZN VIP and yourself experienced during the July unrest?
Okay, so if we just have to rewind to just prior to the unrest, or the beginning of the unrest, you must remember there are certain organizations in South Africa that have been overlooked by the South African police and our government. These organizations, in my personal opinion, is a terrorist organization within our society. When I mean a terrorist organization, I'm going to say that the President mentioned the unrest, the July unrest, as an attempted insurrection. What is an attempted insurrection? My opinion, or its fact, it's an attempted coup. It's when they want to overthrow the government. And I think a lot of us, have fought for this government. We cannot let it go to the hands of an organization or a terrorist organization. This has been brewing over years and years and years. The South African police are fully aware of what is happening. The government is fully aware of what is happening. But our government and our defense force or defense departments, if I can include when I say our defense or the organs of the state in respect of our defense mechanisms that we have failed to curb the problem. What am I talking about? It's a very simple thing. I'm going to just touch on one item, and this has happened throughout South Africa. The Moy River Toll Plaza has been hijacked so many times that people, truckers, businesses that go through there, civilians, etc., they've been burning vehicles, they've been looting vehicles, etc., and it's been going on and on. That is just the tip of the iceberg. Why it's being allowed to happen is probably, my guess is as good as yours. Has the state security been compromised? My professional opinion, yes. If you allow crime to fester and the people that are authorized to act and to prevent such offenses allow it to take place, then the criminals become more brazen, and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Prior to the July unrest, it happened again. And what I'm talking about has been happening for years and years. If the police don't have the capability, then it sits with our government. What are we doing about it? So yes, in July, the unrest started off at the Moy River or the Moy Plaza area, Moy Toll Plaza area, etc. And then the lackadaisicalness of certain departments or our government in failing to curb that. These things are building blocks to a bigger crime. And that is when we had the insurrection. So from there, yes, we heard our ex-president Zuma apparently played a role in this because he was charged. But I am not the one to make the decision. Our courts are there to do it. We have a Department of Justice. But sadly, all this was brewing, and the South African police have come up and said they had no intelligence. That is hogwash. I'm from KZN. We have a special unit that concentrates on these organizations, which I will not mention now. But that organization is so small and so thin. Sadly, they don't have, in my personal opinion, the South African police, well, it's been proven through this insurrection, they don't have the logistics, they don't have the manpower to handle these things. Now, what did we see on TV? What did the world see on television? We saw our country burning down to the ground. Hundreds of thousands of people were looting the place, our business premises. And they were getting closer and closer to the heart of the city of Durban. Most of these places were business industrial parks. That's the economy of our country. That is where we create employment. We give poor people jobs, or we give people jobs. The anarchy that took place has saddened me. I remember, I think it was on that Sunday evening, prior to the unrest, or when the unrest started, I never slept until I came to work or went to the KZN VIP offices on Monday morning. And when I went to the KZN VIP offices, one of my staff members came and approached me, and she had tears in her eyes. She says, "Mr. Naidu, our offices are being flooded with telephone calls, and our control room cannot cope with it. You must remember we have other businesses. We have an ambulance service, VIP Medical and Rescue, also stationed in the same building. We have another security company called KZN VIP Alarms, also stationed there. We have a system in our control room where there's about 4 or 5 telephones. If and we get more telephone calls coming through, or there's a flood of calls, it automatically diverts and goes to the administration offices. The reason for that is we are an emergency, we call ourselves an emergency response team, whether it is for security or medical. So we handle life-threatening situations. We work very closely with the police. I'm just going to concentrate on Phoenix because this is what it all seems to be around. We have a radio that is kept at one of the offices at SAP Phoenix where we can always contact them should we need their assistance. The reason is, in a previous, if we rewind prior to the unrest, we created a relationship with the South African police where the South African police used to call us when they were short of vehicles and if emergencies took place. You must remember the South African police are not like security companies, if I refer especially to KZN VIP. We don't go sit and take statements and do investigation. So if something urgent or an emergency takes place, there's an armed robbery or there's a shooting, etc., if we are contacted, whether it's from the police or the community, especially the community, we can stand off in under 5 minutes in 99% of our cases. That's the kind of service that we offer to our community and our clients. You see, I said our community and our clients. Because the community of Phoenix and the surrounding areas, and I'm including the so-called Inc. areas, Inanda, Ntuzuma, Kwamashu, if they call us for an emergency, we don't hesitate. The first thing we do is, if it's a criminal issue, we will contact the South African police, which we are forced to do, and I think it's a proper thing to do, because at the end of the day, the South African police is most supreme. Once we inform the South African police, our vehicles are also dispatched. If we stand off before the police, we will tell the police that, listen, we are here, and we give them a SITREP, a situation report of what is happening. Sometimes it might be false. Then we'll tell the police, listen, cancel. We interviewed Mr. X, and Mr. X says, no, it's a false complaint, he didn't call the police, or whatever.
Okay. Mr. Naidoo, if I can just come in there. Thanks for just explaining elaborately on that particular role that you play. But perhaps back to the issue that I wanted to focus on. Now, you mentioned that you received a flood of calls on the Monday, and I think we are referring to Monday the 12th. Is that correct?
Yeah. So on Monday, when my teary-eyed staff members approached me and said, Mr. Naidoo, please, can you send an urgent message to the community and tell them not to panic? You must remember, we tried to, and I knew on the ground what was happening. I was on the ground. And we tried contacting the South African police in almost every police station that surrounds us, including 10111. The lines were, I'm going to use the term, blocked. When I say blocked, we couldn't get through. You know, we couldn't. Now, the people that we rely on most is the South African police, and we failed to get through to them. Now, when people start calling us, and that's a general norm in Phoenix, that the people call us as a security company instead of calling the police because of our reaction times. But, yeah, so when I received this message, and I told my staff member, I told her, I said, you know what? How do we send a message out to the people? And they said, Mr. Naidoo, because you must remember at that time I had not slept for a few days. I was tired. You can't also think very well when you don't sleep for a few days. And we've been working under very heavy pressure. And we're seeing our country burn. And I asked her, I said, how do we do it? And then she said, no, Mr. Naidoo, I'll video you. And, okay, first I said, okay, send the message out on Facebook. Well, that was a suggestion to and from. I said, okay, go type it out and just send it. And I gave them my telephone to do it. And they said, no, Mr. Naidoo, it's not going to help. I think you need to go and speak to the people. And I said, how do I speak to the people? And she said, no, listen, I'll video you, and then we will send it. So I gave her my telephone, she videoed it, and she put it on Facebook. And I've sent you guys the video this morning. And
Mr. Naidoo, just to be more accurate, the video, yes, you did share the video, and we'll share the same with the panel as well.
Thank you.
That video that you are talking about was shared on the Facebook page that you spoke about earlier?
Yeah.
Or at different ones? It was the same?
I think it was, I'm not really sure where they put it on, but I know it was on Facebook, whether it was on the group or the page.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, thank you for that. We do have that video, which we are still to view.
Yeah.
And also to share with the panel, because the panel will have to see that as well. Now, I think the context is becoming clear. You are obviously, you indicated that you couldn't get through to the police, and your clientele and the community is now calling your officers, and you are receiving a flood of calls. You then decide to compose the video, which video was then shared. Could you just maybe very briefly just indicate to us as to what sort of message were you putting out there in as far as that video was concerned?
Okay, so what was the reason I made the video was, you must remember we received, what messages were we getting? When I say we, I'm talking about us as a security company.
Sorry, Mr. Nadi, if you could just pull the mic closer to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what messages were we getting? When I say we, I'm talking about us as a security company, us as a community. Because, okay, so the messages that were coming, listen, Phoenix is going to be attacked. And the intention was to burn and to loot the business premises, as well as to burn and loot the houses. This information originally started, you must remember Phoenix employs a lot of people from KwaZulu, Inanda, to Zuma, Bambai, and the other neighboring areas. So information was coming from our home assistant saying, listen, the word is out that, listen, let's go now and attack Phoenix. And I don't think I sent you guys a video that was also made by the mayor of Durban, Mayor Khulisi Kaunda. So yes, the information was going, let's go burn, loot the houses and the business premises. This was a direct, this information was given to people that were credible. When I say credible, and people that we trusted most. You must remember those people that work in our houses as home assistants, our gardeners, the building contractors, the painters, etc. We trust these people with our lives. We have such a good relationship that we allow them into our houses and into the privacy of our lives. These are the people that started to send messages. And yes, thousands of them were gathering in places like Inanda, KwaZulu, Bambai, Amauti, Zwelisha. These are the areas that are closest and neighboring Phoenix. Yes, they wanted to loot. Yes, they did loot. And the places that were targeted were places that had food and alcohol.
Okay. Maybe just a pause there, Mr. Naidoo. I'm going
Yeah.
to come back to that because I really want us to contextualize. I think the question really for me with regards to the video that you subsequently shared, you indicated that the video was shared because of information that was coming to you. You are receiving calls, there's panic, you can't get to the police. You didn't decide to compose a video, which video is now shared on Facebook. And perhaps very briefly, in essence, what message were you putting out there on Facebook in that video?
Okay, so as a security company, I thought it was my responsibility to prevent people from being killed and the area that we live in, to prevent it from being looted. I asked the community, and I've pleaded to them. I told them, surround Phoenix and barricade it. And protect yourselves, your family, your lives, your property, and do whatever is necessary. You must remember that I come from a security background, and being an ex-policeman, I expected everybody to do so legally. I know that when I was a member of the Phoenix Community Police Forum, I went down on the streets myself. We educated and we taught people on how to protect, how to create security forums, how to create forums that will help the community, street by street. So, in an emergency, okay, if you guys don't know, Phoenix has a very, very high crime rate. We also have a lot of violent crimes. There's also a huge drug addiction problem. So the community was taught how to defend themselves in the days when I was a member of the Community Police Forum. I subsequently quit because, like I said, I'm more of a doer than a talker. We cannot keep on talking and not doing things. And I entrusted that responsibilities with the other members of the present Community Police Forum, and I expected that if I send the mobilization order, or I can't say a mobilization order, a mobilization request to tell people to defend themselves and their property, this is within our constitutional right.
Okay, but just to get straight into right on that, because we're still on the message, and that's the purpose of the message, and you are saying that you expected that such barricades protection will be in the confines of the law, right? Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, that is correct. So what did I expect to see? I expected to see community police forum members go barricade the entrance of Phoenix. I expected to see people in reflective jackets, some kind of uniformity that can clearly define an ordinary man to a community police forum member. We've, in my video, I've asked even law enforcement officers or anybody that wanted to help, just please help us. Because there is a video made by the mayor that when we do have time or during a recess, that I'll probably share with you guys, where the mayor clearly states that they must burn, loot, and kill Indians and whites. So if the mayor got this and the mayor made that announcement on television, that adds credibility to what I'm saying. You must remember, the mayor got that information from people down on the ground. And I am saying that if he got that information from people down on the ground, then the residents of Phoenix had the same information. So yes, I told people to mobilize, but unfortunately, what really happened in Phoenix is not what I expected to see, because almost every single street had bricks, burning tires, debris, poles, trees, you name it. People went ahead and did that. So yeah.
And then maybe just lastly on the video aspect, your video, the one that was calling for the sort of legal protection of the area. Did you expressly, I know we're still going to view the video, but as far as you can recall, did you expressly mention anything in relation to the legal protection of property, and perhaps any warnings in as far as taking law into one's own hands, etc.?
Well, I didn't use the word legal. I don't think I used the word legal. But listen, when you talk, this is what you expect. We're human beings, we're not animals. If I tell you to do something, I expect you to conform with the rules and regulations that governs this country. I don't expect you to go there and start killing people unnecessarily or doing anything criminal. Let's put it that way.
Okay. No, that's fine. And we'll come back to because you've mentioned the video of the mayor. And
yeah.
You will share that with us as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I hope to share it with you guys as soon as I can find it. Sorry, I'm not that technologically advanced. I have to look for it, but I'm hoping that somebody from my office can come and help me as soon as possible. Yeah, I will share that with you.
Okay, thank you for that. Now back to the barricades. You then realize that these barricades are put up, tires are burning, and all sorts of things are sort of. Maybe could you just explain to us in as far as what role did you play, and perhaps even your company? The message has gone out. People do react to that message, and perhaps there's other information being shared across the board. As we know that the situation was a bit volatile, a lot was happening. Now, you are in Phoenix, you are in your office at that time.
Yeah.
Now, what happens thereafter? When did you realize, or when did you see these barricades? Could you give us an example of, did you see all of them? Was it a barricade close by to your offices? Could you just maybe give us more insight of a particular barricade? And perhaps what was your impression, having sent a video, and also now having seen the barricade, and anything else that you may wish to share with us relating to the barricades?
Okay, so what happened in Phoenix was, and this is not restricted to Phoenix only, this is, I think, happened in the whole of KZN and also other parts of the country. That video went viral, and there were millions of people that saw it. Even a lot of expats as well. Because then I started to receive telephone calls, and eventually I couldn't handle all the telephone calls myself, and I had to get somebody else to answer my phone. And yes, Phoenix did barricade itself. If you go into the history of Phoenix, the community of Phoenix, you must remember, and there's a lot of jokes being said about especially Indians. You know, the South African Indians are weak, they soft, etc. But only the police will tell you that inside Phoenix, how violent it is by the abuse of alcohol and drugs. Now, we come back to the barricades. What did I see? Almost every entrance of Phoenix was barricaded. Almost every street on the inside was barricaded. We had altercations with groups of people that manned these barricades, where they even obstructed us as KZN VIP. I was a personal victim of that. We had our vehicles damaged, where we were helping people with our ambulance services and trying to respond to the many complaints that were coming through our offices. And that's an obligation that we have as a security company to our clients. We couldn't go fast enough because we had to avoid these barricades, drive on pavements, etc. Our vehicles were damaged. We had one of our security vehicles, windscreen shattered, and stones thrown on it, etc. My personal vehicle was also damaged at one of those roadblocks. Yes, we had altercations. We had a lot of altercations with the people in Phoenix. But I understand this.
Just some insight. What was being said? I mean, if there were altercations, was there exchange of words? Were you trying to intervene, to give warnings, to advise? And what was the reaction to some of the things that you are perhaps saying? I'm trying to understand the altercation. If you could just break down and give us an example, because you say there was a number of these.
Yeah. So the police also encountered the same issues that we had. And I think this boils down from the insecurity of the people, of the community, saying, hey, listen, man, we're phoning the police, we don't see the police, we need help. And these are very, very scared people. If what we saw on television and what everybody saw, or the whole world saw, listen, they are burning, looting, and it was very typical of a war zone. Now, when you have people frightened And you must remember, a lot of us have worked almost all our lives for what we own, what we build, and every one of us holds our family dearest to us. When you see these attacks taking place on television, broadcasted over a couple of days, and then you know you're going to be a victim, you will do everything in your power to defend yourself and to look after those that you love most. So that's what, and I understand the fear of the people, because I saw it myself personally, you know, and we tried our best to try and reassure the people. But you must remember, who am I? I'm just a security company. People needed to see the police, the absence of our councillors. The CPF, I only saw one group of CPF members in reflective vests, and I could identify them from a mile away, you know, and that was in the Palmview area. Otherwise, I did not see anybody with reflective vests. So who do you identify, or how do you identify? People were very, very scared. Some, a lot of women, were already packing the bags, bundling the children into the cars, putting in baby food, etc., and ready to flee Phoenix. Right? So had this attack, yes, Phoenix was attacked. There was one shopping center in West Ham that was totally looted. We were there, but you must remember, we can only do so much. It is not our job as security companies to do public order policing. That responsibility is with our South African government. So yes, people were very, very scared, and they were scared with their lives. So I understand why I had altercations with people on the road.
Okay. Anything else of interest that happened during your, whilst you were passing through the barricades? Did you witness any assaults, I know that you were a victim of damage to your vehicle and that of the company as well, as you've mentioned. But did you see any other victims? Did you assist anyone? Whilst you were patrolling or whilst you were going through those barricades?
Yes, so some CPF members and some of the street committees that I built up more than 10 years ago, almost a decade ago, contacted me. And they said, Mr. Naidu, we have a really serious problem here. We have a couple people assaulted and injured, and these were mostly black African people. And they asked us for help. And we sent a whole convoy of security vehicles where we could to help them. We took them to the clinics, to the hospitals, to the police station. We even took some of the people outside the borders of Phoenix. If they lived in Bambai, we took them into Bambai, we took them into Zuma, KwaMashu, etc. And we did this because we understood that, yes, lawlessness or vigilantism became a trend. You know, it's a very sad thing, but I understand, and you must remember, this was all provoked by fake news. You know, if somebody says and points out, hey, that guy is a criminal, or he tried to burn my house, even if he didn't do it, then you'll have hordes of people trying to chase him and do what we'll call, you know, this rewinds back to the days when I was in the police, kangaroo court kind of situation, where people took the laws into their own hands. And yes, we took a lot of people to clinics. Like I said, our ambulances were even rocked once or twice, they were threatened, helping people. But this is all born from the fear that the community, the the community had no one else to turn to. They had to defend to themselves.
Okay, and are you a witness to any of the current ongoing criminal cases? Perhaps given the role that you played with regards to the assistance that you gave and so on?
Yes, so we had 3 of our members arrested. That includes me. And all those cases that went to court have subsequently been withdrawn. And these are all very minor offenses. These are all administrative offenses. So there was no real evidence that we did commit any of these offenses intentionally. So yeah, they were withdrawn. We are currently being investigated by CEDA because the Minister of Police has asked, or the police have asked our company to be investigated, and we have a whole host of charges. You know, if I mention anything about CEDA, but now that I'm not with KZ and VIP, there is a clause that says where you put the company into where you put CEDA into disrepute. CEDA is the regulatory body that governs security companies and security officers. And I'm going to say this. We got no help as a security company from any organs of the state. It'll probably be another charge after I lead evidence here, by me just mentioning that. But I'm not interested, because the truth must be told. And it's sad, we are still being hounded by certain organs of the state. We feel that we are being victimized for what we've done. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Naidu. Chairperson, my colleague will take over, and I may come back later if there's just 1 or 2 issues that I want to come back to.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Naidu, you assert that the charges that were withdrawn are administrative offenses, and these charges, in your view, are petty. Could you give us or describe the charges that were preferred against you?
Okay, so one of the charges, well, the only charge against me was that I was apparently, according to the South African police, carrying a shotgun without a permit.
Okay.
But, like I said, it's an administrative issue. The permit was issued.
Yeah.
And when we went to court and I think there was something about an unlicensed firearm as well. Those are the charges were preferred against our company. And you know what? It's a joke. It is really, really sad. The South African police confiscated the weapons, saying we don't have licenses for them. But those licenses, they accompany firearms. And all those guns are licensed. In a raid on our security company very shortly after the unrest, the police came and took all our firearms away through false pretenses, but we have a bone to pick with them on a different date. At the end of the day, what we are saying is that all our guns were licensed. When we showed the police officers at a later stage and at court that the guns were licensed, the instruction was to return the firearms. Our guns were all taken for ballistics, if I may add, and it came back that they've not been used in any offense, which now absolves us or exonerates our company and our members from ever being involved in the so-called violence or the unrest in Phoenix, as mentioned by the minister?
No, thank you, and that is very helpful. You earlier mentioned that you have been a resident of Phoenix. When did you move to Phoenix? Can you still recall?
Yeah, it's been a very, very long time. Let me think. So I think I moved in Phoenix in the mid-1980s.
And could you explain to the panel which other areas surround Phoenix?
Okay, so if I look at the north, Phoenix is surrounded by Zwelisha, Amauti, Bambai, KwaMashu, Mount Royal, and Mount Moriah. And then if you come down to the east section of the south and the east, Mount Edgecombe, Umhlanga Rocks. Yeah, and the Konobia area, sorry.
Okay. So, if I work in Umhlanga or Mount Edgecombe, and I stay in Inanda or KwaMashu, would I have to pass Phoenix?
Yes, the shortest cut would be to go through Phoenix.
The Phoenix Highway, in particular, or are there other roads within Phoenix that we could use to reach Bambai, Zwelisha, Mount Moriah, and the areas you've mentioned?
Okay, so if you look at the shortest cut, will definitely not be Phoenix. It will be through the N2 freeway going around. But yes, a lot of people also go through Phoenix. You must remember we also have a very nice community or communities. Phoenix is not an Indian area. We also have a lot of black Africans living in our community as well.
And some of these black Africans who don't stay in Phoenix would use the Phoenix Highway to reach their destination.
Yes, most definitely. You know, even if they wanted to visit the family and friends from Inanda KwaMashu to Suma, you'd have to travel through Phoenix.
And this question may sound silly, but I'm going somewhere, and I'll ask it. Who owns the roads in Phoenix?
Jeez. I think it belongs to the government or the municipality. There's no particular person can own the road. It's government infrastructure.
And all citizens are allowed to use the road to go wherever they want to, right?
Yes, exactly, 100%.
In the video that you mentioned, you talked about, you called for people to set up barricades, correct?
That is correct.
To set up barricades where? On public roads or on private roads?
No, on public roads.
Are members of the public allowed to set up barriers, roadblocks, checkpoints on public roads? As a former police officer and someone who works for this eminent security company, according to your understanding, are you allowed as a private citizen to set up a barrier, a checkpoint, a roadblock on a public road?
Legally, no. But under the circumstances that prevailed, I'm going to say yes.
So in your view, it was I mean, it was legal
Yes,
under the circumstances.
that is correct.
Do you understand or are you conversant with the road traffic laws and regulations of South Africa and the Durban Metro, the eThekwini Metro?
Yes, to a certain extent. I don't know every single bylaw. And if you're getting at whether my actions were justified, and I'm going to say this, and I'll say it again. Under the circumstances, in the absence of the people that are paid to protect you, you must remember that any ordinary person would have probably done the same thing that I have said. You know, it's a very simple thing. And I can see where you're going with your questions. You know, if your house is on fire, you'll expect the fire department to come and put it off. So what do? Do you stand and watch your house burn down? Or will you, together with your neighbors, take a hose and do something, fire extinguisher or something to put the fire off? The analogy is almost the same thing. You must remember, there is a business park called the Konobia Business Park that has lost hundreds and hundreds
Okay.
of millions of rands.
So in a nutshell, you are saying your actions were justified.
That is correct.
No, thank you. Do you understand that your conduct was unlawful, was also an infringement of the constitutional right to freedom of movement?
No, I totally disagree with that. I think you must ask yourself the question, and the panel can sit and make a decision. We also have our constitutional right to life. So, at the end of the day, I am saying that people had to defend themselves in the absence of the defense mechanism that is set out by the Constitution. And the President has admitted this.
Yeah.
The South African police, the Minister of Police, the commissioners of police, people throughout the world have said, at the end of the day, they were absent. And they were late. Now, I am just saying, if these attacks did take place in the absence of what had happened, or in the absence of them barricading those roads, I go back to Konobia Business Park, Phoenix Industrial Park, that borders two sides of Phoenix. Konobia was totally looted. There's a chemical factory that's made headlines throughout the world, the environmental one. Yes, those guys called me. Glenn, can you help? I said, I'm sorry, I can't. But I will do everything in my power to ensure that you do get some assistance, knowing that if that chemical factory burnt down, a lot of people could have died. And yes, I informed the South African Police Crime Intelligence Unit about it.
About Konobia?
About Konobia. And what happened? They did nothing about it. What has happened about that? We've got hundreds of millions of rands worth of environmental damage.
Okay.
Now, sorry, I just want to finish.
Sure.
If you see these lootings taking place on television and you see it happening right outside your house, what will you do? you will put in a defensive mechanism to ensure that at the end of the day, that you will do whatever is necessary to look after yourself, or look after the well-being of yourself. And I think that is entrenched in our Constitution as well. So, we must make sure that at the end of the day, that whatever we do is for the benefit of ourselves in our private capacity.
Yeah. No, thank you
Thank
for
you.
that. These barricades were set up on Phoenix Highway and in other parts of KZN, but I'll confine our discussions or the questions to the events in Phoenix. Were these barricades set up by people to protect their homes, or they were set up to stop people from passing Phoenix with items that were taken from business parks in parts of Durban? Were this, yeah.
I think the aim and the purpose of those barricades was to prevent Phoenix from being attacked and looted. That was the aim of it. You know, you expect at the end of the day people to do what is called the right thing. What is the right thing? You must remember the emotional, psychological state of a person's mind at the end of the day amounts to what happens. You know, I myself, as strong as I am, and I'm not scared to say this out in public, I am receiving psychological and psychiatric treatment for what has happened. Because you must remember, I've come from a place of war previously. I've worked in the riot unit. I've seen children's babies being burnt alive and not able to do anything. And you just have to stand and watch it. All these memories have come back to me. It's come back and it's hurt me very, very badly. I don't sleep at night. You know, my wife's been complaining. She says, I'm now talking in my sleep. So this has been very, very traumatizing for me, my family. And I think it's been traumatizing for everybody in South Africa. It's not only the residents of Phoenix. It's the residents of, it's the citizens of South Africa. We never expected something like this to happen. You know, we trusted our democracy. We have one of the finest constitutions in the world. But if that can't help us and look after us now, you young people have a very, very serious problem. I hope you'll see my age without us going to war.
Okay. No, thank you for that. So, and I'm glad you've disclosed that you are receiving help, and I hope that is also going well. We have also engaged the services of a counselor, should you wish, after the testimony today, to just debrief. Still on the barricades. So they were set up out of fear and not out of a factual background of house-breaking incidents, theft incidents in and around Phoenix related to the unrest.
You know, I'm going to say that when you talk about house breakings, etc., small minor thefts, that wasn't the intention of the barricade. The intention of the barricades were to prevent the residents of Phoenix being attacked.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say that, yes, things have gone horribly wrong. As we've heard, a lot of people have died. But I can't be held or those people that are responsible for that, they, at the end of the day, they must face justice in their own way.
Yeah. Because of time, please
Yeah, okay.
try to answer my questions directly. Barricades were set up. And people who stay in Phoenix and other parts of, on the northern side of Phoenix, could not stock up on basics during the unrest. Do you also appreciate the socio-economic impact of these barricades on women, children, and persons with disabilities, that they could not exercise their freedom of movement to go anywhere to get petrol, to stock up on necessities?
Well, I think it's a very simple question. I know you guys are not here to answer questions. We're supposed to be doing all that for you. But then, I can answer it with a question. I'll answer your question with a question. If you know if a house is on fire, will you go there? Will you go inside for a cup of water? Phoenix was being attacked from all sides. There's evidence of that. People have been killed.
Attacked by who? Because
By
the police,
criminals.
the provincial commissioner of the police is going to appear, and the NPA this afternoon, the National Prosecuting Authority, will be appearing, and they will be able to tell us, because you are saying Phoenix was being attacked, so they will tell us about all these attack incidents that you allude to. So we need to hear from you which attack incidents, because I thought earlier you conceded that the barricades were only set up because of the fake messages and out of fear of attacks and possible looting.
That is
But now you're saying Phoenix was attacked, so that's new, and maybe you could elaborate.
okay. So
Who attacked Phoenix? When was Phoenix attacked?
okay, I'm going to say that just now. So yes, Phoenix was attacked. Evidence of that is we have a few residents of Phoenix that were killed. I presumably shot and killed. I know one person was run over with a vehicle. Excuse me. So we had a shopping center, a pharmacy, and a doctor's surgery burnt, robbed, looted in the West Ham area. If I go down to Phoenix Industrial Park, there had been attacks. The one shopping center known as Tapi Center that's on the border of Phoenix and KwaZulu-Natal was totally looted and robbed, burnt. Then inside the Phoenix Industrial Park, the same. If I go around to the far end, the Southgate shopping mall was robbed, attacked, looted. And then on the Conobia side, that's where the hundreds of millions of rands, if not about R1 billion worth of stuff,
Sorry, is Conobia located in Phoenix?
right on the border of Phoenix.
Okay.
So it's a street away from the residential area of Phoenix. Now, you must remember when people saw that, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell the commission that when people saw all these institutes being damaged, looted, and attacked, what will people in their normal senses do? People in the normal senses will now set up defense mechanisms so that they themselves, the residential areas, don't get attacked.
Okay. So in defending in setting up these defense mechanisms and in defending their properties, do you agree with the manner in which they went about it? Where, if you are an African, you are scrutinized. If you are from another racial group, the same level of scrutiny is not applied to you. If you are African, you get attacked, and some people have died. Not some, 33
People.
Africans died in Phoenix as a result of the barricades in which we were instrumental in them being set up.
I'm going to totally disagree with you. You know, at the end of the day, I told them to put up defense mechanisms, as in roadblocks. I did not tell them to go and kill people. And I expected that to be manned by the Community Police Forum and by the South African police. You must remember, like I said, and I'll go back to the analogy, if your house is on fire, we take a hose pipe and try and put it off. And then what do? We know the fire is probably going to get bigger if we don't put it off. We'll expect the fire department to come there, the professional people to come there. I was one of those that took down barricades. I was one of those people that were attacked together with the police when we were removing barricades. So yes, I'm going to say this. People must be held accountable for what that person did in their own personal capacity. Yes, the Commissioner of Police can come here. Anybody can come out here. There is only one truth, and the truth must be told. They will come here and they will allude to exactly what I've said, that Phoenix was being attacked.
But can you at least see the link between barricades being set up, people being racially profiled, people being attacked, people losing their lives, people, unnecessary hardship being caused for people to access basic food necessities and medical supplies? Can you at least see the link? Because I'm going to pose the same question to the police, that as you are investigating this, here is the nexus. Are you looking at this through the nexus or the link that this is where this started? And as a result of barricades being set up, people lost their lives. People were profiled. People could not exercise their constitutional right, their right to freedom of movement. And the reason I'm asking this is because you said all the cases against you were withdrawn.
Yeah.
Because first and foremost, it is unlawful to set up barricades. At the very least, there should be an administrative charge you are facing for setting up the barricades. At the very least. Do you agree?
No, I totally disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. You must remember, I cannot be held accountable for the lawlessness that took place. You need to start at the head. Who started all of these problems? That's number one. You people are here and you're only concentrating on
please
Phoenix.
don't call us you people.
Oh, sorry.
It's
sorry.
inappropriate. It's dehumanizing. It's delegitimizing. Please, desist
When
from
I say
doing
you
it.
people, I talk about the committee here.
You just say the commission.
Okay, the
Thank you.
commission. I apologize for that. The commission is only talking about the people in Phoenix. Are we saying that those other 330 some odd people that died, their lives mean nothing? It's not important? Is this what this commission is all about?
No, the commission is not about Phoenix. We have invited the public to make submissions. The commission has conducted inspection in locals in Pietermaritzburg. And in Phoenix, the commission has conducted monitoring visits in other areas in Gauteng, in other areas in KZN. And the commission is receiving submissions from across the country in relation to the unrest incidents. It just so happens that most of the evidence that we've heard relates to the events of Phoenix. And I do not want you to venture into diminishing the deaths that occurred in Phoenix. Because we are not only confining this exercise to that. The police will come and tell us about the other cases. But you are here to talk about the events in Phoenix.
In Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So you've brought up a few points. You talk about the loss of lives at the barricades. I don't know if lives were lost at those barricades. I don't know if lives were lost elsewhere. I don't know where people died, except for maybe 1 or 2 cases.
No, that's helpful.
Sorry?
No, that's helpful because we conducted an inspection in local last week, Friday, and we were informed by one of the witnesses who testified here, Mr. Chris Biel, that there were about 6 barricades from Eastbury Drive, which is at the, close to a Shell garage. There are about 6 barricades. The last barricade was just before the Phoenix police station. And according to the witness, this is where the most violence occurred. Are you aware of any incidents, violent incidents that happened around the vicinity of the police, where the last barricade was set up?
No, I don't know of any violence that took place as close as you say to the police station. Like I said earlier on, it seems like I've got the plague, or we have the plague, that nobody wants to communicate with us and give us information, although I've requested for this information because we have a fairly good network of informers that can help us with certain incidents. You spoke about racial profiling. So I'm also going to tell you that if criminal elements took over, then it is not my job to, it's my job to prevent it if I could, but it's more the job of the South African police, and they must be held accountable for that. You spoke about racial profiling. I'm going to say, one needs to understand, I'm not a psychologist, but I'm just talking from my experience.
Yep.
What did we see? We saw black African people being the majority of people that are looting and doing whatever during the unrest. Then the information given to the people, the community of Phoenix, listen, this is what is going to happen to you next. Had that been white people, I think white people would have probably, and if they came to attack Phoenix, white people would have probably finished off in the same situation as those black African people. If it was colored people, or anybody. So when it comes to racial profiling, it is the mindset of a person that sees it. I cannot call you a criminal because you're black. But the mere fact, and you'll see, and this is the truth, if you see a certain person or a group of people associated with a certain organization. Okay, let me put it to you this way. I've spoken about the race thing. If everybody had orange shirts and they were committing these offenses and they used this as some kind of uniform, people who would have probably entered any area, whether it's Phoenix or not, if they all came there with orange shirts with the intention to attack, they will be targeted because of their
the color of the
the
shirt.
Physical attributes. You understand what I'm saying?
Mr. Naidu, you
Yeah.
earlier said that Phoenix is not an exclusive Indian area. It's diverse. You have black people, Africans who stay in Phoenix. So, are you insinuating or even suggesting that the people who misappropriated items from business parks Are you suggesting that there were only the items were only taken by black people?
No, no, no.
I mean,
no.
I watched the news as well.
Yes.
I saw looted items being recovered in Phoenix
Okay.
from members of the Indian community. So are you saying none of the Indian people in Phoenix, none of the white people in Durban and other parts of the country and looted goods?
No, I am not saying that. And I'll say this again. I said the majority. Or I don't know if I did use the word majority.
you did.
I didn't.
You did, yeah.
Okay. So let's go back again. I've seen Indian people looting. I've seen colored people looting. I've seen white people looting on television. Now,
But which
racial-
community was disproportionately profiled
sorry,
during the unrest?
you know,
By the so-called community groups.
you know, I'm going to say you this again. The community of Phoenix cannot be held accountable for what criminals have done. We have criminals in every single community. We battle with criminals. You know, the black African community in Phoenix, they love me to bits. I want to say approximately 99%. Why?
And you probably have black friends, right?
A hell of a lot of black friends.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something. If this was a racial thing, my personal opinion, why didn't Indians go to predominantly where the black African people lived and attack them? That never happened. People that manned those barricades were Indians, were Africans. They were across the color bar, if we have to use that. You know, we've never, this is not a race thing for me personally. This is about criminality.
Which disproportionately affected black people.
African community.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, it's
So
there.
it's very interesting that you say this, that even the barricades were meant or these so-called anti-looting patrols were meant also by black people. I think it would also assist if you could provide us with evidence of this, because from what we've heard thus far, some of the witnesses have suggested that most of these community checkpoints, which were set up in the name of stopping the looting, were meant by Indian people.
By mostly Indian people.
Well, they said, I'm not.
It's
This is what they said, and it's good that you are sort of rebutting this. But I also want to move from this to go to just on the barricades. I think this will be my last on the barricades. Did the barriers or the barricades that were set up, did they, in your view, firstly, fuel racial tension? Secondly, did they advocate racial profiling?
Not with the barricades. I don't think that advocated racial profiling. I think the racial profiling came from what was seen on television. And I've brought up this, and I've just told the commission, you know, it's an automatic assumption if you see white people with the majority of the looters, and if those white people tried to come into Phoenix, and if this defense mechanism was put up, then those white people would have probably been prevented. I'm also going to tell the commission something important that I didn't mention before. Looters got robbed in Phoenix, and the vehicles attacked. I personally saw that. We were escorting looters to the police station.
Got robbed by who? Are you a witness to these cases?
Yes, I am a witness to that. In the presence of the police. And sadly, there was nothing we could do. Because when we were going to the police station in a convoy of about, I think, 3 security vehicles, 1 police vehicle, and my vehicle, which is unmarked. When we are maneuvering through these barricades with all the looted stuff on the back of the vehicle, and they were coming out of Konobia, as they stopped and the people forced us to stop, by standing in front of the vehicles. And then others that were standing alongside came out there and they were looting the vehicles. And then we had to quickly jump out, press our hooters, this, that, etc. And only when the policeman jumped off with his reflective vest and we started to shout and scream, some of the, if you can use the word, robbers, then fled with the stuff. So Phoenix became ungovernable. You must remember the organs of the state that were absent. So there was total chaos, and yes, lawlessness did step in.
Mr. Jones, you were aware of the 11:30 meeting that we have informed the evidence team about. So I would suggest that the witness stands down until, let's say, 12:30.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir, but we
No,
have to stand down now. So we'll stand down until 12:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. You may continue with the questioning, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Naidu, you are still under oath, and thank you for cooperating with the Commission and for being patient. Are you aware that some of the people who were stopped at the different barricades posed no visible threat to the vigilante groups or the so-called anti-looting patrollers? Yet they were attacked, they were racially profiled.
No, I don't know of any of those things that happened per se, because I did not man any of those so-called roadblocks or barricades. So, yeah.
And this has never been brought to your attention, even post the unrest?
Yeah, post-unrest, like I've said, it seems like I have the plague, because I've spoken to some of our police officers and I've asked them for information. It hasn't, they are a bit reluctant to give it to me. So I think at the end of the day, if they want to keep the information to themselves, that's fine. Yes, I've heard about vigilantism that took place in Phoenix, but you must remember, you cannot hold the community responsible for a few individuals or criminals that, and committed unlawful acts.
Who is holding the entire community responsible? Because you kept saying this, and I was wondering who's actually doing this? Who's holding the entire community of Phoenix responsible for all these incidents?
Well, if you see what's going around on social media, it's everything about so-called Indians. So what does it go to show? The majority of the people, they are not talking about individual criminals. You must remember, we have a serious criminal problem in Phoenix. Now, in the absence of the law, criminals will roam free. They'll do whatever they want to. That is why we have the police. That is why we have the military, to prevent lawlessness. And it's been said, I didn't say it, the police have said it. The president has said it. So if the police were on the ground, we would have never been sitting here today.
Yeah. Would you agree that the call for people to set up barricades and the manner in which these barricades were set up created conflict between neighboring communities?
No, I don't think so. I think the initial and the start of the looting created these conflicts. You must remember, this had started even prior to the Phoenix situation. This unrest started a few days before that. All the people of Phoenix did was to look after themselves, look after the well-being. For those criminals that committed these acts, that is what the police is there for. They must investigate and do what is necessary.
I still don't understand why the people of Phoenix resorted to what I would call self-help by barricading public roads unlawfully.
Just be careful, not the people of Phoenix, but some people in Phoenix.
Commissioner, it goes without saying. Why they would resort to barricading public roads instead of protecting their own properties?
You know, I think
Because I still don't understand what informed this modus operandi. These checkpoints, when their own homes were not directly threatened.
you must remember the scenario. What happened prior to that? I've already told the Commission this on several occasions. Phoenix was going to be, or it has been a victim of looting. It was stopped and preventive measures were taken. If this Commission doesn't know, it wasn't only Phoenix that barricaded their roads. It was some Schlangeroks, Durban North. I can probably give you about 20 towns that barricaded themselves. And everybody did that in the self-interest of saving themselves, their families, and the properties that they owned. So it wasn't just only in Phoenix. It happened, I think, throughout KZN. It happened in Gauteng as well. We're going back to where we started. Had the police been there, had the councillors, had the CPF guys, if everybody did the work, we would not be sitting in this situation today. Sadly, we lack and we have very, very poor leadership in South Africa, and that goes without saying.
What do you mean? Can you be specific?
Well, let's talk about this July unrest.
Yes.
Don't you think if we had some kind of leadership, responsible leadership, this could have been prevented?
So are you talking about leadership in the business sector? Are you talking about leadership? Are you talking about community leaders? What do you mean? Who are you talking about?
Okay, let's start from one side. This whole issue boils down to the incidents that took place in Phoenix or during the riots. Am I correct? If this commission is here to investigate it, we need to talk about the leadership that surrounds the safety and security of the citizens of South Africa. I am talking about that leadership. I'm talking about those government officials that sit in offices and hold these big meetings and allow these certain organizations to continue to do what they're doing. The unrest or the insurrection is only the end result of something that has been brewing on before. The businesses, the Chamber of Commerce have contacted me. They're also looking for help. They've begged everybody to help them. Now you must remember, at the end of the day, without a head, an animal will go anywhere. You won't know where it's going. It'll probably be dead. But I'm just trying to imagine a snake, if you chop its head off, it'll wiggle, waggle, it won't know where it's going. That's what we're sitting with. We're not sitting with proper leadership. Or we're sitting with leadership that don't have good qualities.
Oh, thank you. So you were earlier referred to the video that went viral, and in this video you are relaying a message to the residents of Phoenix. Can you still recall when and where was this video taken?
I think it was a Monday morning, and yes, it was taken in Phoenix.
Monday morning.
I think the unrest started on Friday, or a few days before that.
Just looking at the calendar. So, Monday the 12th?
Yes, it could possibly be the 12th. I think it was
The
a Monday.
12th of July.
Yeah. It's possible.
And you said it was prompted by fake social media messages in which
No. That video was not a direct result of fake messages.
so
Fake
what prompted
messages,
you to make the video?
Fake messages was just a contributing factor.
Okay.
The reason I did that was because we had no help, and I could not help my community. The company that I worked for, KZN VIP, could not help the community anymore. It was out of our hands. The people that we relied on most, and we still rely to date, is the South African police. We rely on people like our councillors to go down on the ground and do the work. We rely on the community police forums to go down on the ground and do the work. We look at people, I'm just part of the industry, you know? So when I knew that we've got no help, and I knew that Phoenix was going to be overrun, because the lack of security prompted me to do that. And I'm also going to say something very important to the Commission. I received hundreds of telephone calls from security companies asking for help as well. Security companies and the police were fully stretched. And the shocking news okay, let's leave that.
So-
We'll come back to that situation.
So only KZN VIP had the capacity to quell the incidents of unrest and looting in Phoenix. Were these security companies that were calling you, were they saying they are overwhelmed? Were they saying they needed reinforcement? What were they saying to you?
Okay, so security companies that contacted me, not only in Phoenix, but from Umhlangerhoek, Durban North, I think from almost everywhere in KZN, including Gauteng, they expected us to have the power in terms of the manpower. This was one of the biggest problems. There was a lack of manpower even in the security industry. To just tell you, some of our clients, we had to fly down security guards from Cape Town and Gauteng to protect the businesses here in KZN. And I'm not the only one. The communities, certain communities in certain areas also flew down specialist security officers, especially from the Cape area, because we were under-resourced.
Yeah. So tell me, what kind of guns are security companies allowed to use for protection services or for their line of work?
Well, security companies get anything from handguns, shotguns, and rifles. Those are the general issue.
In your view, during the unrest, were the security companies using these guns? Were they carrying these guns?
Yes, most definitely.
You do not see any other gun that is not that goes out of what you are allowed.
No, I haven't seen anything specifically.
Okay. So I'll take you back to the video. There are a number of things that you said in the video, which you have made available to the evidence team. Is it correct that you said the people should form a civil defense force and that you needed 20 to 30 people? And you further claimed that the police were under-resourced and could not manage themselves. So let's start there. Did you call for people to form a civil defense force? Did you say you needed 20 to 30 people to form this civil defense force in Phoenix?
If the video says I said it, then I did say it. And I'm going to say this. Yes, I remembered using the word civil defense force or the terminology. You must remember, what do we call ourselves? What are we going to do? We're in a state of war. That's my personal opinion. Well, I can't say it personally anymore. Sorry, the president also said that. An attempted insurrection, attempted coup, which means there are certain organizations that are trying to take over our country. I call them terrorists. When you do not have the people that you depend on, what do? You do whatever you have to do in life to survive. And that is it, it's period.
Yeah. You keep saying, but I'll come to that. And you further said in the video that at each and every exit and entry point, there should be 20 and 50 people, correct?
Yes, and or approximately.
And you went on to say, you must do whatever you think is right. You must do everything in your power now to assist and help the community. If you don't help yourselves and you die, then that is your problem, correct?
That is correct.
You continued to say, I'm not interested in who you are. Whether you are a gangster, you are a drug dealer, you are a law enforcement officer, we expect everybody to be there.
That is correct.
And when you are asked about this video, did you say the following? You are quoted as saying the following: the people heeded my call, but I was shocked by the violent killings in the area. Do you recall saying this to?
Well, I'm still shocked at the violent killings that took place.
So this video, can you still recall at what time on the 12th of July? What time was it taken? Was it in the morning, was it in the afternoon, or was it in the evening?
I think it was in the morning.
Are you aware that there are killings that happened on the very same day?
It's possible, I'm not sure.
Following the release of this video?
Well, I'm not sure about that if the killings took place. If you listen to the video, I have never mentioned, excuse me, I have never mentioned to anybody to go out there and kill people. I told them they must go there and protect themselves. And yes, I did tell them that if they die, that's their problem. You must remember, people had already been killed. In Phoenix, people have already been killed in most parts of KZN. So at the end of the day, you must understand, I can't spoon feed you. You need to do what you need to do to survive. That is your constitutional right. People had no direction. People did not know what to do. I merely told people, go there and protect yourselves.
Mr. Naidu, as a responsible community leader, would you say your message could have been better? Would you agree with the suggestion that the messages that you conveyed were insightful and were also inflammatory? And these messages have consequently led to the deaths of people, caused people serious hardship, caused people to be racially profiled and attacked on the basis of their race.
You know, I'm shocked you asked me a question of that nature. My video does not mention any of the things that you have just mentioned now. And I'll say this again. All I told people is to go and protect themselves. About me being a responsible leader, I think any responsible person would have done that. I am not the leader of my community. I'm just a businessman that's based in Phoenix, and that is it.
How many people follow this Facebook page? How was this video circulated? Do you still recall? Was it shared on Twitter, on WhatsApp, on Facebook?
See, I remember it being on Facebook. I don't know about the other social media things.
And you said you have a following of 63,000 people.
That's on our group.
What was this video uploaded on your group?
I'm not sure about it. I think it was more on the page.
The KZN VIP watch, police, what do you call it?
I think it was called the Phoenix Crime Watch.
Yeah, Phoenix Crime Watch.
Yeah. I think it was uploaded on that.
Can you still recall who made this video? Who shot this video?
Yes, it's one of my staff members.
And is she still your staff member?
Yes, she is.
I think my confusion is that you earlier said when Advocate Lotz was asking his set of questions that before the unrest, you relinquished your role at KZN VIP security. So
was-
when you, and the video was taken on the 12th, and you're talking about your staff member. So could you clarify this for the panel? Did you relinquish your role before the unrest? Yes or no? Were you still in charge of KZN VIP security as at the 12th of July,
No.
2021?
Okay, so if I may explain, my role at KZN VIP prior to the unrest was more on a consultation level because it's a family-run business and I am the founder of the company. Now, when things started to go wrong, it started in Moy River, we know about that. It doesn't affect our area, it doesn't affect our client base, so we were good and fine. When the problems came to KZN, we all sat, watched TV like everyone else, and followed what was happening. But when it came to Phoenix, and when Phoenix was being attacked, then I automatically took charge of the KZN VIP security, especially with unrest-related stuff.
So you were intimately involved in all the operations of KZN VIP security during the unrest?
I can't say all.
Well, most.
But most, yeah.
No, that's important to note. My colleague just wants to ask his last few questions, and I think for now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Lotz.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And Mr. Naidu, I've just got one or two questions for you as I end. The first one is, I think having said all that you've said to the wide range of questions that were raised, I did pick up that you did highlight the fact that Phoenix was under attack at some point.
Yes, that is correct.
And then you gave examples of the different complexes. You even gave an example of a pharmacy and a doctor's surgery being burnt and so on.
Yeah.
I noted that you also mentioned that a few people were killed. Was this before the 12th? Or was it specifically around the 12th when the video came and you viewed the barricades, etc.?
This happened, I can't recall exactly, but yes, people were killed on or before the 12th, or before the video was made. You must remember, there
Okay.
were so many things happening. It was total chaos.
Now, and I understand, Mr. Naidu. I just wanted to clarify that because it wasn't clear enough, and you
Yeah.
have clarified. So you say it was before the 12th, but you're not clear on which date exactly, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, maybe just a follow up on that one. Do you were you aware of the specific incidences, or was it just knowledge of a few people being killed? And can you give us the number if you are aware?
I'm going to say this. We relied totally on social media. I know there was some organization or group that formed a Zello chat. And the purpose of the Zello chat was to keep people into contact with one another.
Sorry, just repeat that. What is that? Something chat?
Zello.
Zello chat.
Yeah, it's a radio frequency.
Okay, and who accesses that radio frequency?
I don't know, but what I know is that the community themselves created it and they handled it. I was no part of that because I did not have the time to sit and listen to radio stuff. I had no time to go on social media. I had no time to read. So by word of mouth, if I heard something, that's all I knew.
Okay, so you are not aware of any specifics. You are just aware that there were a few people that were killed,
That were killed. Yeah.
and this was in Phoenix. Okay.
Yeah.
Another question that I have for you is, you mentioned something about having informed crime intelligence about the Konobia attack or damage. I wasn't clear enough when you mentioned it though. Or was it specifically relating to UPL, the chemical company that was burnt? I couldn't understand. Could you clarify that?
Okay. So Konobia is a small little business park that borders Phoenix, Ottawa, and let's call it the suburb of Konobia. When business owners and people phoned me and asked for help, if we could help them, we did. For those that we couldn't manage, because you must remember, there were armed gangs that came around and chased all the security personnel from business premises, so to advance the looting. There was a gentleman that called me, and if you say the company's name is UPL, then I'm going to say yes. And he told me about the dangers of what they have on the property, and if we could please secure it, and probably a lot of people might die should they burn the place down, loot, and come into contact with those chemicals. I immediately passed that on to crime intelligence for one simple reason. You know, when you're dealing with chemicals and you're dealing with people's lives and people are going to die, it's not a good thing. It's the saddest occasion ever. And we cannot allow criminality to create this problem where we advance criminality and allow people to die. In this instant, I sent it to crime intelligence. They took the information down, and I'm telling you, nothing was done about it. Because the reason I'm telling you that is because I know it is not the job of the South African police to go and secure private premises, as in to work as security guards. That is not their mandate. That is the duty of security companies or security officers. But taking into consideration the damage that it could have caused and has already caused, bears proof. You know, it's out in the press, it's out everywhere, the environmental damage, and I don't know how many people were injured or killed in that particular incident. But here we go again.
Okay, no, thanks for clarifying that, because that is something that is being looked into as well. So you clarified that you passed on that information to crime intelligence. And that property as well, is it one of the properties that's part of your clientele?
No, it's not. He wasn't my client. But people were desperate. You need to understand that.
Noted, noted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two last questions. Maybe the first one is, you mentioned it earlier, I think when I questioned you, and I even said I'll come back to it. This was in relation to the video by the mayor, Mayor Mxolisi Kaunda. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the video that you made reference to. And you said something about the video being an incitement to violence. What do you know about that video? And I think you even said that you'll try and find it and share it with us. I'd just like to get further comment from you about, apologies, I think there was a bit of a distraction from the gallery. Back to the video of the mayor. You said you would try and find it and share it with us, and we'd really appreciate that. But I just want to find out more about that. Perhaps, what do you know about that video, and why do you say it was an incitement of violence?
No, I don't think I said incitement to violence. I stand to be corrected there. But what the mayor had said is proof of what I've told the commission, that if you play the video to the commission, it'll be good, so you can hear what he said. And I think it's self-explanatory. He said that the people of Phoenix were going to be attacked, but words similar to that. I might not use exact words, but he spoke about the attack on communities.
Okay, so just thanks for clarifying that, because I think my note was something in relation to incitement to violence, but you are clarifying to say it's not. It was more of a video that was it sort of corroborating what you are saying? I'm trying to understand. Is it corroborating what you're saying? How did you view that video?
My personal opinion, it's corroborated what I told the commission today, that the word was out, go attack and loot, burn, etc. And the mayor also spoke about it being shared on social media. And if the mayor also got that video and he confirms what I'm saying, so do hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people in this country. Can't be wrong.
Okay, do you know where the mayor was at that time and which date it was? Do you have any recollection?
No, I don't. That video was just sent to me.
Okay, and was it after the 12th of July?
I can't recall.
You can't recall. Okay, no, that is fine. It's something that we'll look into, and we'll be happy to look at that video once you share it. And then lastly, and I promise it is the last question from me. Do you appreciate the difference? I think having given the evidence that you've given today, and I'm in no way summing up your testimony in the question that I'm going to pose to you. I'm just posing it because I think this issue came up as you were leading your evidence. Do you appreciate the difference between saying that all looters are black versus all black people are looters?
No, definitely not. You know, I'm going to say this. I don't know if you've ever been on the ground or if you've witnessed or you've seen these looters. Firstly, we must not point fingers at black people per se. We human beings. You know, the color of your skin doesn't make a difference. Our blood still runs red. So to say that all black people are looters, it's wrong. It's totally, totally wrong. You know, there were a lot of poor people. I've seen little children, you know, probably about 3, 4, 5 years old. And I was with some journalist at that time. And the poor child was carrying a 6-pack of, I can't recall whether it was cool drink or water. He was the last child walking out of Konobia. And I felt so sorry and so sad. You know, he doesn't know what he's doing. The people that instigated this must be brought to book. If this is not done in this country, you know, to me, the child was not committing a criminal act, but he was definitely told, go there, do it, etc. What are we teaching our country? Are we teaching our country, or are we teaching our people in South Africa it's the right thing to do to steal, loot, commit crimes? I've never mentioned this before, but when the mayor came to SAP Phoenix, and some of the community members said, Glenn, why don't you go and talk to the mayor? And I addressed this with the mayor. I told the mayor, welcome, but you're a few days too late. You've come here after everything's subsided. And I asked him, you know, these councillors of ours, I'm not going to blame all of them, some of them are good. If these messages were being passed to the community to go steal, loot, and whatever it is, the councillors must have got that information, because the councillors work with the people of their communities. Sadly, this never happened. And when the mayor came with his delegation, I told him, can you explain to me why the councillors have not been activated? Explain to me why the CPFs have not been activated. You know, I expect, that's why I say good leadership. At SAP Phoenix, they have a special office, I'll call it a JOC, but they have another name, the police have another name, where they interact with different people. When I went to that office, there was just 2 police officers sitting there. I expected the CPF command structure to be seated there and to help the community. I expected one of the many halls in Phoenix to be turned into a JOC administered by the councillors and their groups and organizations, put up a radio system, a telephone system, people who need help, start a disaster management team. I've been trying that for a long, long time in my community. In the absence of all of these things, you know, and I even asked the mayor, can we not get a special team in to come and assist in Phoenix? That was at the very early days of the rioting. I'm just going to say you something. The riots only stopped in South Africa after the community armed themselves, barricaded the areas, and the message clearly went out to the rest of the world and to these criminals who were behind the so-called insurrection, that listen, we can fight with a certain number of people. We know that the police is incapacitated for whatever reason. We know that the SANDF is incapacitated to a certain aspect. But they knew one thing, you can't fight the whole of South Africa, as in when the South African citizens took ownership or led the security process. So, I think that was the start to end the riots in South Africa. And the people that need to be thanked is the ordinary man out on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu, and perhaps I have to slip this one in, because you didn't tell us if there was a response from the mayor when you raised these issues with him, when he came to Phoenix. Was there a response to the concerns that you raised? And very briefly, what was that response, if there was any?
Yes. In fact, after I spoke to the minister and I told him he needs to speak to the Commissioner of Police, etc. When I referred, I mean, our own KZN Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner. And yes, 2 detectives were sent, and I stand to be corrected, I think the same evening or the next day, 2 detectives were sent from Durban Central to Phoenix to start and assist the police in the process. And I also spoke about, this is the sad thing. I'm probably going to get nailed for what I say, but at the end of the day, the truth must be told. There are thousands of policemen, fully trained riot control policemen, that are stationed in various police stations. And sadly, they did not have the tools of the trade to prevent this looting. And the other thing, you see the big show about the South African National Defence Force? Is the biggest mistake ever. The presence of the Defence Force, if I was a commander-in-chief, I will never send my Defence Force members out there. What did I see? I saw soldiers. I worked very closely with them. Soldiers armed with rifles, sharp ammunition. And let me tell you, had one person open fire from those looters or the looting crowd at a soldier. And if they're soldiers, you must remember, soldiers are taught to kill. They're not taught to negotiate. They're not taught to police. Some of them have done crowd control. You would have had a Marikana of a scale never seen on earth. Can you imagine soldiers shooting looters with high-powered rifles? South African Defence Force and the South African Police must go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Chairperson, I am done. I hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A few questions from the panel. I will start. So the evidence before us is that, especially also from the CEO from the Durban Chamber of Business, is that the unrest basically started on the 9th of July with the Mooi River Plaza incidents. You agree with that?
I'm not sure the exact dates, but I'm going to agree with you.
That was I think that was the Friday. It was a Friday.
Okay, if you say it's the 9th, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. And that the so-called looting started then the next day, the Saturday, the 10th. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
So on that day, the 10th, was there a role that you and your company played on that particular day that was related to the unrest or not? The Saturday?
No, not in the Phoenix area. I can't recall the dates and times, but I remember there are a lot of big businesses called us and asked us to secure the premises because it was a challenge that local security companies couldn't handle. The situation was so difficult. Just to give you one example, there was a certain food basket business. Let's call it a food basket. I don't want to mention the name, but it's one of the food baskets of Durban that had billions of rands worth of stock, equipment, and whatever. When we arrived on the scene, there was, I estimate, more than 7,000 people around the place, and they were busy looting a small little business park, and every business in that business park was looted, except the food basket.
But I mean, was that now, let me put it this way. On which day did the so-called looting started in Phoenix? Was it the Saturday, Sunday, the Monday, or all 3 days? And when did it stop?
I can't recall the exact date it started, but I remember I was called at night to one area in West Ham where there was a crowd of people that were trying to loot some big businesses. I can't remember. I can't recall. Because
Okay,
my
so,
mind's...
so if we then can refer to your company's role, it was at some point to secure businesses
That is correct.
at their request.
That is correct.
Okay. And the other roles you played in addition to that, in addition to trying to secure businesses?
Well, we did a lot of medical work, per se, for people that have been injured, assaulted, attacked. Yeah.
Okay, and then we know that on the 12th, that was a Monday, there was the video and so on. So when did the barricades start? When did you first become aware that there are actually now barricades?
Okay, so
Was that on that Monday, the 12th?
barricades had started before I made the video, and I'm trying to recall. I know they tried to attack a certain store, and then they barricaded the roads there, the store owners and the staff of that store.
Yeah.
And that was the one that enters from Amawoti or Amotana into Phoenix.
But let's just get more clarity. So on the Monday, that is the 12th, that's when you made the video.
Yes.
So you say before then there were already barricades.
Yes, certain areas had barricades.
When was that? The Sunday before the Monday? The Saturday already, or when?
Now, so if what we saw on TV happened, if that was shown on Friday, Saturday. So I think it must have been on Saturday.
I see.
Yeah.
And when did the barricade stop?
When did it stop?
When were the roads open again and no barricades anymore?
I am going to say, and I'd like to think it stopped on Wednesday. As soon as everything
So
started
that is
to
the
cool down,
14th, I think. Wednesday the 14th.
I'm going to be under correction here. But as soon as the looting stopped
Yeah.
and the threat stopped, people started to remove the barricades.
Okay. So when did the so-called looting stop in Phoenix? Was it the Monday,
I
the
think it
Tuesday, or
stopped-
the Wednesday?
So Monday, if we made the video, I think it stopped on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure.
Okay. So at which point did you become aware that there is, violent activities taking place at some of these barricades?
I only came to know about it probably about like a month after these incidents. In fact, I didn't hear of any incidents taking place at the barricades itself. I've just heard of incidents taking place in different suburbs.
So as a security company, you didn't at some point feel that you had to intervene pertaining to these barricades?
Yes, I did. I told the commission that. We went around removing barricades.
But when was that now?
I'd like to think it was that Wednesday. The barricades were just set up for about 2 or 3 days. And once the situation normalized, we started, I myself was also assisting to remove barricades.
So when the barricades were still up, you received no information that there's violent activities taking place at these barricades.
Not I personally, no.
But yet you were informed by the CPF and the street committees at some point that there are now black Africans that have been hurt, and then you did intervene to assist them in terms of taking them to hospitals and so on.
Right. So, the one incident where the CPF member called me, we were trying to navigate through the barricades, and when it was brought to my attention, the person was not assaulted at the barricade. He was assaulted somewhere else. And then we sent our security to go pick him up, take him for medical treatment.
I see. And it was only that instance or other instances as well?
Now, there were a lot of other incidents, but you must remember the medical division was working on their own. They have their own frequencies, etc. But I can't recall of any incidents at the barricades where people were assaulted and attacked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now, do you have any idea of who were actually these people at these barricades? Did you recognize any of them? Because you said you came across barricades.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you mentioned that in one instance there was, only in one instance you came across a CPF group wearing their vest, or what do you call it?
Reflective vest.
Reflective vest.
Yes.
So the others, because you mentioned quite a number of barricades that were set up. Do you have any idea of who any of those people were?
Yes, most definitely. You know, I can identify them. I don't have a problem.
But I
with
mean,
them.
who were they? Were they civilians from Phoenix? Were they criminals that you recognize because you're involved in this field? Were they gang members? Or who were these people?
Yeah, you know, so a lot of them were civilians that live in the area. I've not seen gang members. I've not seen, if you listen to my video carefully, you'll see that I did not tell gangsters and drug dealers to go to barricade the place. I said, I don't care who you are. Because you must remember, we don't associate ourselves with criminals. And for whatever reason, if we are at a certain point, criminals generally don't associate themselves with us.
Okay. Let's go to another point. You, when asked about the role of your company and yourself during the unrest, you replied, and you mentioned this a couple of times, there are certain organizations overlooked by government and the police. It is terrorist organizations, and you use the plural there. SAPS and government are fully aware of what is happening. The state security agencies or agency are compromised. So, who are these organizations?
Well,
Because
unfortunately,
you suggest, the way I understand you, that these organizations were actually behind the unrest. Is
Well-
that correct? Or are you referring to one organization or more than one? And if so, who is this?
okay, first of all, there are more than one organizations. I am sorry I cannot mention it out here. For one simple reason, I can, if we go off camera and if you want me to speak to you, or speak to the commission privately, I'm prepared to do that. But I'm going to say it again. It's there, it's happening, and they know what we're talking about.
Okay. So you are willing to provide that information out of the public eye to the commission?
That is correct.
Thank you. You also said, SAPS said it had no intelligence. That is hogwash. Do you want to elaborate on that?
You
On
know,
in other words, what you're saying, to take the converse of this, is that SAPS had intelligence.
Mr. Commissioner, and the panel, we know that the looting started and emanated from the trucks being burnt on the freeway, the Moy River thingy. This, and probably everybody knows, this just didn't happen on that Friday before the unrest. This has been happening for years on end. So, if you put the pieces together, you'll probably find out a hell of a lot more. So if the organizations or the organs of the state do not take the necessary action, you know, it's like cancer. If you don't remove it in the early stages, it'll just grow and grow and grow. It becomes so big, it has no control until it kills its host.
But okay, so you're suggesting that SAPS had intelligence. What was that intelligence? Do you know what it was or not?
How can the police, I want to answer your question with a question. How is it the police had no intelligence when they have so many officers on the ground, undercover, etc., and that are presently investigating certain people? Why? You know, this unrest is the end result of something that has started many, many years ago. So that's my answer to it.
Okay, so it's an inference you make. In that sense, you don't know of specific intelligence that they had. You're making the inference. I'm just trying to check. Otherwise, I might want to ask you. So, what is the intelligence they had? You know.
Okay. I'm just trying to give you the appropriate answer. And if you can go back to cancer again, if you know that the cancer is going to create a problem and it's going to kill the host, what is your job? Your job is to remove the cancer so it does not become so big, so huge, and then eventually lands up with cancer killing the host. Now, I am saying that certain organs of the state and government allowed that to happen. And it's still happening. If you've spoken to the business or the CEO for the Chamber of Commerce, I think she must have already told you, because she's told me. I've heard this from other security meetings that I've attended with the police. And it's been brought out in the open. So, why nothing is being done against certain of those cancer cells leaves much to be desired about. This is the end result. I'll say it one more time. If you don't kill cancer, if you don't remove the cancer cell in the beginning, it's going to kill the host. And that's what's happening now.
Okay, but you don't have specific. You can't tell us. Well, look, the police had this intelligence specifically. You can't. You're not in a position to tell us that.
You know, it's, I'm going to say that the police, if they did the work properly, if the intelligence services did the work properly, they would have known about it.
Okay, let's leave that there now. You mentioned that we have a specific radio to contact the police directly, the way I understand you.
That is correct.
Yeah, so, but then on Monday, 12 July, we could not get through to the police. So, what was the problem? Didn't this radio work, or didn't they reply, or what?
Well, a few years ago when we started this project where we could work together with the police, it worked very, very well. Unfortunately, certain decisions have been made and that radio was switched off.
So the radio was switched off on their side, it appeared?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. No, I just wanted to clear that up. Then, oh yes, I also want to know what was the role of the police, specifically in Phoenix, in your submission, or in your view, during the time of the unrest there?
My personal opinion, the situation was so big that SAPS Phoenix did not have the manpower to handle that situation. You must remember, police officers stationed to do what I will call daily crimes, your robberies, thefts, etc. The manpower allocated for that is minimal. When you have a situation like what we had in this unrest, SAPS Phoenix did not have that extra manpower. And the police resources were stretched so far and wide. They were just too thinly spread. You know, you'll see two police officers, you've seen it on television, I think, where you'll have two police officers standing and watching tens of thousands of people looting an area, and they can't do anything about it because they don't have the manpower to help them. And when the manpower did come, they came too late. You know, these questions need to be asked. And one of the very important things, when we had a problem with a certain business client I was telling you that runs one of the biggest food baskets in South Africa, based in Durban, when we couldn't access that area, first of all, the good news is we saved that food basket. What did we do? We couldn't go through thousands of people. The police couldn't go there. I saw the police there. What did we do to get inside and save that business premises? We brought in 2 helicopters and we flew people from Phoenix into that business premises. Why didn't the police do that? They have access to the military aeroplanes. They could have, we've got our airways leaves much to be decided about, but we have airplanes based throughout South Africa. We've got airports. Those people, those policemen could have been bussed in by those aeroplanes. I know there's a very good relationship between the police and the military. Special forces and the police use those Oryx helicopters. Why couldn't those policemen be picked up and flown to their destination? Had that been done, I think that would have probably, we wouldn't have had the riot spread over so many days.
Okay, but let me just narrow it down a bit. Phoenix Police Station, the police there, what role did they play? Were they at the police station, or were they patrolling streets, or what were they doing?
Well, from what
in
I've
terms of what
seen,
from
what I've seen, what
direct
I've heard,
evidence.
I know it's hearsay, but from what I've heard, the police did the patrols, they attended to crime scenes, they were fully stretched. So the police did the work. But it's just that you don't expect a 10-man shift or a 20-man shift to do a job of where you probably need about 100 policemen,
I see.
if that makes sense to you.
Okay, then I just wanted to know on, there was a lot of social media obviously during that time. You referred to it, you also made use of it to put out your message, etc. Now, there is evidence, you also suggesting that the unrest was organized and orchestrated. So, did you see any social media that pointed in that direction, or that revealed a degree of organization, orchestration, whatever that was going around that time, or not?
Well, post-riot situation, and I've given the commission the evidence, here is the video of what was being said by the mayor, which means that he had in his possession, or he received sufficient information to say that this unrest was going to take place and Phoenix was going to be attacked. I'm under correction if you used the word Phoenix, but I think you referred to Phoenix.
Yeah, but in addition to that, from the mayor's side, there's nothing else that you have seen or still have in your position, like WhatsApps, Facebook posts, whatever the case may be, that pointed, that could have that pointed to organization or who were behind the unrest and so on.
Okay, it doesn't say who's behind the unrest, but it calls for the mobilizing of certain communities to go and loot Phoenix. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of messages that were sent. And I've seen some of them. I can't say I've seen all, because I decided to, during that particular period, I just stayed away from social media. It was very hurtful with things that I saw, and I wasn't happy.
Can you make the messages that you might still have somewhere on your phone and so on,
Yeah.
make it available to us?
Most definitely. I will make a plea out to whoever's got these messages, if they can forward it to me, and I will send it to you guys.
Thank you. Then the last point from my side is the issue about you briefly mentioned there were gangs that chase security personnel from premises to assist looting. Is this referring to that chemical installation or to other premises as well?
I'm referring to a lot of business premises. I'm going to talk especially about the one outside Phoenix. It's called the Konobia Business Park. It was one of them. And I think that was the most badly affected one.
So you specifically saying these were gangs, so how do you know about that? Can you maybe give some more detail? Were you present, or did your people report back to you that there are these gangs that are chasing security personnel?
Well, the information, if I go back to Konobia Business Park, the information that I received there was from community leaders that live in Konobia, and they predominantly black Africans. They came to us and they said, guys, please don't go. And we said, why? They said, no, stay here. We need to clean our place up. And then I asked them, but why are you frightened? You know, the riots are over. The place has been looted. They said, no, those people came with the guns. They chased all the security. They're going to come back here for us, because we are now busy trying to clean up our streets, and we want to go back to work. Now, if I might just tell you geographically, right next door, a street away from the business park, is a small community of people. That's known as Konobia, and that community, one of the evidence leaders spoke about black Africans, etc. Here we have our community that is saying, please help us. We are not the looters. We want security, we want safety. And all I did was, we contacted the police, we stayed there for a while, we contacted the police, and then we handed it over to the police and we left. But we also told the community that don't fight fire with fire. If you see these guys, just walk away, just come back another day and clean up.
Thank you. Any other panel members? Commissioner Ntuli and Commissioner Mas.
Mr. Naidu, good day.
Good day, ma'am.
It's been a long morning for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's fine. The truth has to be told.
Thank you very much for availing yourself to this process, Mr. Naidu. I do have a few questions of clarity for you. And the first one is just clarity with regards to the violent incidents in the barricades. Your submission to the commission this morning is that you are not aware of any violent incidents that happened at any of the barricades that were mounted in Phoenix. Is that correct?
Yes, but what I did see were cars that were burnt. So, but I don't know of any violence per se. you know, where I've witnessed or seen or whatever it is.
Now, we have heard since the beginning of this hearing, witness after witness, detailing their experiences of atrocious violence at the barricades, racial profiling at the barricades, and the presence of security personnel in some of the barricades. Are you saying that you did not see, hear, experience, or even receive secondary information about violent incidents outside of the burning of cars at the barricades?
I've seen burnt cars at barricades. I've seen burning cars at barricades. You must remember during the unrest, I worked a lot in a town called Verlo with my client, the so-called food basket that we are talking about. So most of my time was spent in that area. Phoenix was being managed by people down on the ground. If you talk about witnesses say they've been assaulted and attacked, I can't acknowledge or deny it. But I'm also going to say that the police are busy investigating. We've offered them any help or all the help that they need to bring these criminals to justice. Because you must remember, we're living in a community. People are not looking at it the way I am looking at it. Or should I say, a lot of people are not looking at it. We are living in a community, now that the unrest is all over, we've got more than 30 people killed, etc. We're living in a very violent community. What happens when the unrest has gone over? Or now that it's over? We're still living with those criminals out there, which means that we and our lives are still in danger. And the other thing that was never questioned or asked or brought about in this commission, we've heard of people being killed, like in Konobia, and being brought and the bodies thrown in Phoenix. But that is for something that the police need to investigate, you know? And yes, I'm going to agree with you. These killings, they are atrocious. Listen, I'm not sleeping properly. I've been a very hardened and seasoned policeman. We used to see bodies almost every single day. But what has happened? I hope this never, ever, ever happens again.
Thanks, Mr. Naidu. Now, your submission further was that these barricades were manned by members of the community as opposed to vigilante groups. Is this correct?
Yes, absolutely correct. You know, you can't distinguish between a law-abiding citizen and a criminal. Okay, vigilantism to me is criminal. We couldn't make the difference out. I couldn't make the difference out. These things never happened in my presence. Had it happened in my presence, we would have done everything and anything to make sure that these people are arrested, or we would have photographed them, etc., and we would have gone to the police. But if, in the absence of all of that, and if we don't have that, if we haven't witnessed it personally, there's nothing much that we can do about it.
Mr. Naidu, you've also submitted that there was racial diversification at the barricades in the sense that there were South African Indians as well as black Africans that were manning these barricades.
Yeah.
In your experience or your estimation, what was the ratio of Indians and black people at the barricades?
You know, at one particular one that leads to my office, I think it was 80% black Africans and maybe 20% Indians. At the other blockade closest to my office, it was 100% black. So, but the majority of the rest, I'll say probably, not at every roadblock. You must remember, they put these roadblocks on the main roads, on roads that lead to the houses, the small little roads, etc. So I'm going to say less than 5%.
Less than 5%
Black Africans manning roadblocks.
in total?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, Mr. Naidu, are you comfortable to tell us how old you are?
No, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm 60 years old.
You look much younger than 60 years old, I must say.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Were you born in this area and raised in this area?
No, I was born in a small little town called Park Rennie on the south coast.
In KZN?
Yes, in KZN.
In your 60 years, Mr. Naidu, and prior to 12 July 2021, are you aware of any racial tensions between the Indian and the black population?
Okay, so I've heard of it, what is commonly known as the 1949 riots. I've heard of the 1985 riots or 86 riots. I was a young man, I was a policeman when Indians were attacked and removed from Inanda into Zuma and wherever. That was, I think, the only time that there was racial tension. I've not seen it now. You must remember the people that we trust most. Okay, racial tension, absolutely zero. We don't have a problem. We live very well together. Sadly, the structure of the way townships were developed through apartheid was that you had like the Africans, Indians, and then whites, and then or you had Africans, coloreds, and whites. It's gone 26 years. Things are changing. It's a bit too slow, and I don't think there's any racial hatred between the race groups per se. We've never had that. In Phoenix, you know what? In almost every community that I've been, I've never seen anything racial. I've not seen any racial situations. I'm going to KwaZulu-Natal Inanda, to Zuma without my gun, and I'm comfortable. I've worked there for almost all my life. And then black African people come into Phoenix, they school there, most of the children are schooled there, they have job opportunities, they have businesses in Phoenix and in other areas. So no, my answer is definitely no. We don't have a racial issue or problem.
Perhaps let me ask this question differently. What is your definition of racial tension?
Well, like what we have now, after this incident and through fake news and then of course through some genuine incidents like these murders, it's now created a racial tension because not all, but some communities, example, if I say some black African communities, by word of mouth will say, Indians are racist, they kill our black people, black African people. Indians will say, black Africans are racist because you killed our Indian people in Phoenix. To me, that's racial. Now, by creating all of that, and if people know, I can call you a racist if I don't know you, but I've heard it through person X, Y, or Z. But if I know you personally, I'll say, no, man, what you're telling me is wrong, because I know you personally. So racial tension, we've never had it. But this unrest has created divides in our community.
So, Mr. Naidu, you are saying that you are not aware of any historical racial tensions. You are also submitting that this incident in July has created racial tension. In your view, does this have no historical basis? It only just appeared from July, this racial tension?
Yes, definitely 100%. And this has been done by the criminal element. You must remember, we have the press. I'm going to use the word irresponsible journalism. You know, they call it the Phoenix Massacre. All of these things and the way certain heads of political affiliation, etc., they've, I'm trying to find the word, they've allowed this to grow. I can't say financed, will be the wrong word. They used this unrest situation for their own personal gain by creating conflict. You must remember we had a lot of politicians came to the fore after that. You know, give you an example. So the EFF came and marched in Phoenix. I don't have a problem about that. I don't have a problem with anything. But there is a problem. By you doing that, instead of you coming, you sit, you talk to the leaders of Phoenix, you talk to people that have these NPOs and NGOs, the station commanders and whatever you have to, sit and find out the truth. Don't go and preempt a thing and create a problem when there is no problem.
What would you say to those who claim that there has been racial tension prior to July 2021 and that July 2021 has only exacerbated those existing challenges and tensions? What would you say to them?
You know, personally, I'm shocked at what you're telling me. And those people that claim that there is racial tension, I think it's time for us to sit down, call them forward, find out why they say it, who are the people that's advocating racism in our communities, and then we have to get rid of them. You know, it's just too shocking. But like you said, you know, some people have come forth with it, and we don't have place for racism in this world, in this country.
Thanks, Mr. Naidu. Now, lastly, to the racial tension that you have identified as having emanated in July or from July 2021, what, in your view and experience, needs to be done in order to then quell these tensions and end this racial tension?
You know, I go back to the councillors, I go back to the leaders of our communities. When I say our communities, I'm not talking about Phoenix, I'm talking about everywhere, throughout our country. We need to go to our churches, our pastors, people of religious organizations, etc., and then tell them to advocate peace. And if anybody in South Africa feels that they've been racially taunted, or is creating that divide, then we must bring them forward and let us see how we can build a better South Africa. You know, one of the biggest things, and I still don't understand this, I'm just going to use one person, Julius Malema. He has created so much of racial tension with the farmers, white people, with Indians, go back to India. One of the councillors even told me, no, you Indians must go back to India. I'm not an Indian. I'm just using Indian as a phrase name because I don't know how to identify myself. I don't know how to identify you or the commissioner. Do I call you black? Do I call you white? Do I call myself an Indian? I never come from Indian. I'm a South African. We are all Africans. That's where we have a problem. By us calling ourselves names, we are racially discriminating ourselves. What is being done about that? I don't know. I don't have a solution because I see it's being done throughout the world. In America, they call black Africans coloreds or something, yeah. Now, it's already set. It's a mindset thing. We are all human beings. Cut everyone. Let's all of us here cut our hands and see. The blood in our body is red. There's no difference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu. That'll be all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commissioner Tuli. The issue about race will be with us as long as human beings are there, because we all have our prejudices and we come from a terrible past where we have been, through legislation and others, been, in racism in South Africa is very rife. And I mean, we should not deny that it's there. We should do something about it. But Mr. Naidu, I just want to ask you something, because maybe maybe there was a mispronunciation, or maybe if you can just clarify this for me towards the end of your concluding remarks. But I will preface this by saying that, you know, the unrest, it's alleged that it's organized, well organized and well planned, because it lasted for a few days. And there was a bit of trickling after the 12th, but it seems and it appears that wherever we went and talked to people, it somehow ended on the 12th. And there were a bit of copycats after that with trickling down. But everything ended, it appears, most of it ended on the 12th. And then, of course, the police and the army came, etc. And, but your words, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in your concluding remarks, you said the following by saying, if it was not for those barricades, if it was not the communities protecting themselves, that, you know, something could have happened, and I agree with you with that, but it sends out a powerful message, and that stopped the unrest. Listening to that, if that's what you said, listening to that, it does send out, particularly from a Phoenix point of view, that the killings that happen and the law must take its course, those must be arrested, whoever is responsible for it. It's almost saying that, you know, the deaths of those people also contributed towards stopping the unrest. And I just want you to clarify that for me, because, you know, people died and the law must take its course, but it does appear that in the country, particularly Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, it came to an end on the 12th. And obviously, once this is investigated by the law enforcement agencies, we will get to what was behind this and who was behind it and what happened. But just for clarification, you know, because we do not want to send out a wrong message in terms of, particularly for those people who die. And then very lastly, you know, you said that councillors and leaders should come together, but particularly between Phoenix and maybe Bambai, Mote, and the others, and Mlazi, perhaps what is important that that we need to find some programmatic event or events that can bring those communities together. Would that be part of the healing process in the area, and perhaps also for Phoenix and the others to get into a social cohesion program in order for that healing? And healing doesn't take place immediately. People want justice, and so the law must take its course, and there afterwards maybe bring those different communities together. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, the first one about the barricades, from what I've heard, once the word went out that everybody should barricade the communities, and this happened throughout KZN and in certain areas in Gauteng, almost immediately thereafter, when people saw, or when the criminals saw that the people were now taking a stand, the riots stopped in South Africa. That's what I've been told. I haven't explored it yet. I didn't even think about it until we spoke here at the commission. So I'm going to say yes. I think that the barricades were effective in stopping the looting, etc. About casualties, people dying. You know, this is one of the saddest days, or that period will go down in history as a very sad period when people die. I am not happy about it. I don't see myself personally having a future in this country, because I also believe that I failed. All my life, being a policeman, I was trained in a paramilitary unit in the police, and we worked. And we knew that nothing will be solved through the barrel of a gun. It's been shown. Sadly, Nelson Mandela is not around to see what's happening to this country. You know, we fought for freedom. We fought for everything that we don't have right now. Sadly, the people that we trusted most has let our country down. Yes, in a war, there will be casualties. In a war, there are no winners. Everybody loses in a war. I'm going to equate what happened here equivalent to a war. You must remember, lawlessness set in, and those people that committed these heinous crimes of murders must be brought to book. There is no doubt about that. If we don't bring them to book, we will never ever sleep peacefully. And then we are also part and parcel of that, if the criminals are not brought in. I'm not going to talk about the police investigation. Talking about councillors and a way going forward. Sadly, South Africa, and this is the truth, corruption has hit us so badly that everything's about money. Nobody realizes that we have a very rich country in terms of heritage. You know, we have a very diverse community. We've got almost all race groups that you can think of in South Africa. We should never, ever, ever be going around and promoting violence of any nature. And racial violence is one of the worst and most dangerous ever. I've never seen people that have commented these things. I've heard, I've seen on TV, etc. We, as you know, you guys are from the Human Rights Commission, and I'm saying this, we are part and parcel of advocating racial tension. And I just used one person, Malema. There was another chap that was shouting about one bullet, one settler. I have not opened up a criminal case yet because I'm still trying to digest of everything that has happened. Some people might find it funny, the person that smirked in the audience, but it's fine. A person comes outside a police station gate and he says, one bullet, one settler. And the police are standing there by the hundreds, and you allow that to take place. Now you tell me, if the people that we entrust in looking after us, our safe, our well-being, and they condone these things by allowing it to take place. The Julius Malemas of this country, whether they're black, white, whatever it is, green, blue, I don't care. As soon as you start advocating racial tension, that's advocating racial tension. And I think the Commission is going to agree with me. Unfortunately, some of us are too small. We won't be heard. We need the leaders of our communities to go out there and foster this peace. I'm not a Christian, but I'm saying it needs to be done in a place of worship. Because you must remember, the places of worship, places of education are the pillars of our community. We need to strengthen those pillars. We need to create that environment. Talking about justice or suggestions, I'm saying, you know, there's a lot of good people out there in the black African community. 99% of them are good. It's just 1% of these criminals that go around and they create all these problems that we have, whether it is a criminal problem or any other problem. We, in our community, we need to deal with that. You know, Duduzane Zuma made a very interesting comment. He said, go loot responsibly. Now, it's like me telling you to go and kill somebody, but do it responsibly. He needs to be called here before the commission. He needs to answer to this commission as to why he said that. How can you commit such a heinous crime and try and cripple our country? I've never heard of anyone ever being charged for treason. Is this not an act of treason? When you try and overthrow our government, and then you use our people as pawns in the whole thing? There were so many innocent people. We cannot call them criminals because they looted. But then we have to go beyond that. You know? People were spreading the word around. Go to Game Shopping Center. Take whatever you want to. Nobody is stopping you. So I come around here with a fridge or a stove. My neighbors see it. They don't have a stove. They also go there and they just help themselves. We need to go back to the community, right down to ground root levels. And we must continue doing what we do. Social cohesion is the only solution to our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu, and thank you for coming to give evidence before the commission. We do appreciate that very much.
Commissioner,
Yes.
we forgot an important question, which he, about something he earlier mentioned. Your company is currently being investigated by SIRA. Could you perhaps elaborate on the charges that for which you are being investigated for?
Well, there are so many charges. I'm not going
And, okay, could you confirm whether or not the charges that you are facing are related to the unrest?
No, it wasn't due to the unrest. It is a lot to do with, I think, me. I think everything surrounds.
Okay, so none of the
My
charges
utterances.
are related to the unrest?
Sorry?
None of the charges that the KZN VIP security company is facing are related to the unrest?
Okay, I'm going to explain this. We
Yes or
are-
no?
It's not as simple as a yes or no.
Okay.
But it comes, you must remember, our company was, after the South African police failed with us, then the police minister, and he said it on TV, go and investigate all these security companies. We are one of a lot of companies. We've been absolved of everything so far. We've been exonerated. We are highly confident that our company will be exonerated as well through those charges with SIRA. You know, there are some, I'm not going to elaborate on it, but it is shocking that the charges that have been put against us, for me, myself personally, that I can speak about, you know, there is one of the cases where I'm being charged for murder, investigated by SIRA, but it's not being investigated by the police. So
Is this related to the unrest?
I think so. I'm not even sure because we don't know of it. I know I've not shot and killed anybody, but SIRA apparently has that information. You know, I'm just giving, it shouldn't be for public knowledge.
No, I just
but
wanted
it's-
to keep it brief because we will request this information from SIRA. Are you investigating KZN VIP security and for what?
Yes, no, fine. I don't have any hidden agendas. You know what? We're an open book. We do everything legally and lawfully. If we've erred anything administratively, then that is just an administrative problem that can be resolved. So it's going to be as simple as that.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. And just to remind you, Mr. Naidu, the information on those organizations that you claimed are behind the unrest, if you can please give that to the evidence team just now, as well as the social media posts, WhatsApps, whatever it might be, pertaining to the organizational aspect. If you can't do that immediately now, you can also do it later, but please remember those two aspects. Thank you very much. So we will stand down now and have lunch and be back here by, what shall we make it, 3 or 3 o'clock? What do you suggest? 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We'll continue now. I think this afternoon it is the provincial representatives of the National Prosecuting Authority, Advocate Moraka, are you ready? Okay. When you're ready.
Chairperson, thank you so much. I think we are ready to begin. We can call our witnesses. It's 3 witnesses from the National Prosecuting Authorities, and once they've taken their oath, we will then just record names and so forth for the record. Colleagues, if we can approach the front.
Thank you very much for joining us, and you are very welcome here. I'm just going to administer the oath to start off with. First of all, Advocate Dube. Can you perhaps just raise your hands that I can see who is who? Advocate Dube. And then Advocate Masha Maite and Advocate Mellis. Thank you. Okay. So let's start with Advocate Dube. Advocate Dube, are you willing to take the oath or affirm the truth of your evidence? Can you just press that button there?
I will take the oath.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Advocate Dube. Then Advocate Masha Maite, the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, KZN. Are you willing to take the oath or affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm willing to take the oath, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I regard it. Yes.
Thank you. Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. And then Advocate Mellis, Acting Chief Prosecutor, Pinetown Cluster. You willing to take the oath or affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm willing to take the oath.
Thank you so much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to introduce the panel, my name is Andre Gaum. I'm the chairperson of this hearing panel, and I'm joined on my left by Advocate Pelile, Pelile, Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, and on my right by Commissioner Chris Nissen, a Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. Once again, welcome and thank you for coming. And I hand over to you, Advocate Moraka, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are very happy that 3 colleagues will be joining us today. It means that there will be enough sources for the question that we'll be asking, but we're hoping to assist them with some social distancing. Perhaps maybe we can take a table and just join them so that they could perhaps have a little bit of breathing room between them. I don't know if we can maybe just for
Yes,
2 minutes organize that.
let's do that, thanks. Especially in view of the new mutation we've just learned about.
Chairperson, in the interest of time, we might have to compromise on aesthetics a little bit. We would have, of course, loved for the other table to also be draped. But yeah, I think we can now continue if it's fine with the panel.
Yes, please, thank you.
Colleagues, thank you so much for coming today. We especially want to thank you for both the background communications that we've had. They've been effective. We've been going back and forth, making sure that logistics and programming are done. And thank you also for being able to come today. I see that we do have a tablecloth. Sorry for that, Chairperson. Maybe let's address that. Advocates, I think that out of convenience, we will refer to yourselves as colleagues, but of course, if there are follow-up questions or there is a flow between questioning and answer, we'll then refer to you directly by name. But if we say colleagues, then whomever is able to answer and respond to a specific question can take that question. I am joined by my colleague, Advocate Keke Motsabi, and I'm Advocate Rantsho Moraka. And I think we can start with the usual preliminary questions. If you can please just state your names for the record. If you could just give the panel an indication of your role within the NPA, and perhaps also aid us by telling us where you would fit in the general structure of the larger national directorate.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Advocate Mashamaite. Name is Kwena Gideon. I'm a Deputy Director of Public Prosecution in KZN. I'm based in Durban, at the organized crime unit. We mainly deal with the organized crime within the province, and within the structure of NPA, we are only based and focusing on the KZN matter, which is the matters within the province. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. My name is Noxolo Dube. I'm a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions based in Durban. I'm in the General Prosecutions section. We deal mainly with matters that have potential of being prosecuted in the High Court. Murder cases, robberies, rapes, and the likes. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Val Millis. I'm a senior public prosecutor based at the Durban Magistrates Court, but for the last 6 months have been acting chief prosecutor of what is known as the Pinetown cluster, quite a vast area that includes the areas of Phoenix, Tuzuma, Inanda, and Verulam. So I am responsible for prosecutions taking place in the lower courts, that is the district courts and the regional courts, in the Pinetown cluster.
Thank you very much, colleagues, but perhaps we can then put us in context, having now known your position. Through our correspondence, we understand that you are in a position to kind of respond to questions that directly implicate the July unrest, which we are investigating. So perhaps you could maybe also place us in context between your role that you've just familiarized us with and its connection to issues specifically relating to the July unrest.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, commissioners. As indicated that I'm a manager at the organized crime, we deal with more organized and complex matters. With relating to the unrest, our unit, organized crime, will fit in this sense. You have your looters, and you have your instigators, or your people that have incited and incite people to commit the offense. So we deal mainly with the instigators and the inciters of the offense. The lower court will deal mainly with the looters, which is my colleague, Advocate Mel. They'll deal with matters that fall within the jurisdiction of the lower court. And they can explain, my colleague can explain, but as the organized crime, we deem it fit that we should be dealing with the more complex and more organized structure of the people that we believe that were at the forefront or were the instigators of the offense. So we mainly focus on those particular individuals or those grouping. Thank you.
The role of my office started with regard to unrest matters, started when the police started. Thank you. When the police formed a task team to investigate these cases, then the public prosecutions instructed us to form a team with the prosecutions. That is our role.
The role of the district court and regional court prosecutors in prosecuting cases arising out of the unrest from July is limited to those cases which fall within the jurisdiction of the district court and regional court. So we are not dealing with the murders and the planning of the greater scheme of things, but we are dealing with the cases that arose out of the violence, whether they be persons that were arrested for public violence or persons that were arrested on attempted murder or firearms charges. Those cases are directed, investigation is directed by the senior public prosecutors in the regional court in Verulam and are prosecuted in court in Verulam.
Thank you, colleagues. We are interested in some of the dimensions that that implicate your roles, but I think before we jump into that, perhaps for the benefit of both the public, people listening at home, the panel, and so forth, could you just maybe give us, maybe one of you can give us a brief synopsis of your authority as it relates to like prosecutorial decision? What goes into making a decision to prosecute, to bring prosecution against any person, and generally, what are the legislative guidelines or the internal practices?
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chair. As NPA, we work first with certain values. We have our 5 values that guide us as prosecutors. I will refer to us as prosecutors because I don't want to make a distinction between the prosecutors at the High Court and the prosecutors at the lower court. We normally call the prosecutors at the lower court. Lower court, I refer to our regional court or magistrate as prosecutors. And when we refer to advocates, that appears at the High Court and at the specialized unit, that is where you find your advocates, be it state advocates or senior state advocates. And in that structure, that is where you'll find their deputy directors being the managers of the state advocates and senior state advocates. The chief prosecutor and the senior public prosecutor are managers at the lower court, being the regional court and the magistrate court. That is, in short, the structure of how we exist as the office of NPA. We have our national director that is sitting in our head office in Pretoria. You all know her, Advocate Batoi, and she also has her own deputies, which are the national deputies directors. So within the province, you have 9 provinces. The provinces are led by the Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, which we call the DPP. And each DPP's office will have the assistant managers, which we call the Deputy Directors. As prosecutors, I'll refer to us as prosecutors. We are guided by the National Prosecution Policy, that we should always strive to be accountable and act professional and give service excellent. So there are a number of legislation that govern our existence that we always refer to when we make decision. Obviously, with decision, we have to make decisions that are not biased, because we have to be guided by what is contained in the docket, which is evidence. And in analyzing that, obviously, one can only make one particular decision after you have went through your docket, you have analyzed your docket, and you are convinced that first, there is a prima facie case, and secondly, there is a case that has prospects of success. So when we go through evidence, we look at all those things. Are there reasonable prospects of successful prosecution in any particular matter? And obviously, we are guided by the availability of witnesses and whatever evidence that you have in the docket. So we are guided by, as said, that we have our policy directives, and we also there are a number of legislation that we also rely on when we make certain decisions in terms of processes, what routes to take. You have your Criminal Procedure Act, you have your law of evidence. So all those combined make us to be in a position to be able to take the decision that we always believe that it is the correct decision for the interest of justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Sorry, Advocate Dube, did you want to come in? I saw you picking up a mic. Go ahead.
Yeah. In making decisions, you are, as my colleague has said, you are guided by the evidence that is contained in the docket. If, for instance, there is insufficient evidence, then we will query that docket and direct investigations for SAPS to investigate further before making a decision. We are not guided by emotions, we are guided by the evidence that is there, whether the evidence is sufficient to prove the elements of the offense that is alleged to have been committed.
Perhaps we lawyers might know what you mean, but could you just clarify when you say you're not driven by emotions?
Yes, I'm saying so because commission of the crime evokes emotions from those who are complainants, and they would want a decision in their favor, no matter what. So that does not guide us. You are guided by the evidence that is available, whether it proves an offense.
Yeah, just to add as to what my colleague have just said, when we said that you are not guided by emotions, as you have just put it clearly that, sometimes when you go through the docket, you will see that obviously the complainant won't be happy with your decision that you'll be taking. But remember, as prosecutors, we serve justice, and justice can go either way. Can be in favor of the complainant, and justice can be also in favor of the accused. And as the people's lawyer and serving justice, we have to make a decision that is correct, whether in favor of the complainant, whether in favor of the accused. If we see that there is no offense, while we go through evidence, we'll have to make that call to say there is no case against this accused. If there is a case against the accused, we'll still have to make that call that there is a case against this accused, and then we have to prosecute that particular individual. So as you are saying, we don't act on emotions, we act on what is available as evidence.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So the Human Rights Investigative hearing obviously here is interested in issues that arose from the unrest. And as we know, there was a myriad of activity that took place, that many victims who've given testimony and the public at large has called for prosecutions in respect thereto. So I think that having taken us through the kind of mechanisms and factors that go into deciding who to prosecute, could you maybe outline for us what prosecutions are, say, concluded or currently underway as it specifically relates to the unrest? And perhaps while doing that, also be careful to just take us at least through the range of what we might call crimes. And I use that in inverted commas because part of our investigations obviously is to ascertain how we make sense of what happened in July. But I think for just collective clarity, you can just take us through the range of crimes and just information regarding the prosecutions currently underway and so forth.
I can start off from the lower courts. There are 20 matters on the Verulam court rolls emanating from the unrest that took place in Phoenix. This excludes those murder matters, which my colleague Advocate Dube will attend to and will address. The offences contained in those 20 cases range from malicious damage to property to attempted murder, assault with intent to do grievous bodily harm, firearms-related charges and ammunition-related charges, as well as possession of suspected stolen property. Of the 20 cases, so far one has been finalized with a guilty plea, but the remainder are still pending investigation. The investigation is still ongoing. There has been a lot of court time spent in the last few months with bail applications for these matters. Each matter has one or more accused. In most instances, there are more accused, up to 7 or 8 accused per case. And each person is obviously entitled to apply for bail. So the bail applications have been what has occupied court time since the arrests. So, as I say, only one of the 20 cases has been finalized because the accused pleaded guilty, and the remainder are at different stages of investigation to be set down for trial in the Verulam District Court or the Verulam Regional Court, depending on the nature of the crime that we're looking at.
Colleague, if I may just follow up on that. So one of them is concluded because the person in question would have pleaded guilty, has pleaded guilty.
Yes.
Can we maybe just, for the record, explain that process? There may be people who are not familiar with it because it obviously implicates whether the state didn't have to prove a case, right? If the person, yeah, go ahead.
An accused person facing charges in a criminal court has the right to plead not guilty and put the state to the proof of all the allegations against him or her, or to plead guilty and take the court into his confidence and explain to the court the circumstances that led to the commission of the offence. If he chooses to plead guilty, then the state does not have to lead any witnesses or prove the case against him, because he essentially proves the case against himself by pleading guilty. So to a large extent, it shortcuts the system because it leads to a far faster case cycle time. The case obviously gets finalized quicker because there's no need for the state to lead the evidence of witnesses to prove the case. As I say, the accused pleads guilty and proves the case against himself.
Thank you, colleague. I will get to the rest of the colleague. I just have some follow-ups for you. Obviously, they will speak specifically to the range of crime that fall within the scope of the crimes that they are handling. But you did, I was going to ask it as a general question, but perhaps to the extent that you've already flashed it, we can go there. Does the NPA in general, and perhaps more particular your office, do you have a bail policy, for instance, that guides how you approach bail in a number of cases?
It's not so much a bail policy, although there are policy guidelines in the National Prosecuting Authority's national policy which guide prosecutors. We are more guided by the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act. In terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, all the different crimes or the different offences are divided up into different schedules. And depending on the schedule into which a crime falls, that will dictate the stance of the court and the stance of the state to dealing with bail. So there are certain offences, and I'll just take one that is completely, it's not one of the offences we're dealing with here, but just as an example, the offence of rape of a girl under 16, for example, falls under Schedule 6 of what we call the bail legislation, and this means that an accused is not automatically granted bail, but has to prove exceptional circumstances as to why he should get bail. So your more serious offences, the onus is on the accused to prove to the court why he should get bail. On your less serious offences, the onus is on the state to, on the state to prove why an accused should not be granted bail. So it depends largely on the offence that you're dealing with, and also sometimes the personal circumstances of the accused. If he's a first offender or a second offender or a third offender, it will impact on the state's stance to bail, as set out in the Criminal Procedure Act.
Thank you. So, so the primary source, in fact, you are guided by legislative guidelines.
That's
In the
correct,
Criminal
yes.
Procedure Act. So would it be correct that if anyone, let alone a state official, was to make a statement that there will be no bail granted for anyone, that would be incorrect, right? It would be procedurally flawed.
Yes, only the magistrate at the end of the day, or the presiding officer, can decide on bail. So it doesn't matter what the state's stance is. The state can oppose bail and it can still be granted. It is only the magistrate who can decide at the end of the day on the issue of bail.
Thank you. And you will have seen from our terms of reference that one of the things we're interested in is the causes of the unrest. From testimony that we have heard, and just to use a term that's already been used, there are some prima facie indications of socio-economic underpinnings, poverty, unemployment, just general struggles that communities go through. So I also note the fact that there was somebody who pleaded guilty. What are the, perhaps for the record, issues regarding bail, so affordability, and legal representation for say, poor persons or indigent persons?
Legal representation was offered to and provided for all accused persons who required it. If an accused person is not able to afford his own legal representation, so a private legal representation, the Legal Aid South Africa is available to act on a pro bono basis for the accused. In fact, many of the accused in our criminal courts are represented very ably by Legal Aid, and that would be the case for some of these cases as well. Bail is, we have case law that indicates that bail may not be fixed in an unaffordable amount, which is why there's no standard. For example, where if you were to say that for murder of one person, there's a standard amount of bail that's fixed. There's no standard because the court has to take into account the affordability of the bail for each individual accused that appears before him, which is why bail could be fixed at a higher amount for somebody that can afford a higher amount and a lower amount for someone who is more impoverished.
All right, thank you. Just one last question. I assume also that the person that pleaded guilty had legal representation.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
Yes, he
okay. Advocate Dube, maybe you can just come in at this point to give us the range of crimes, so to speak, in your scope.
From our office,
Sorry to interject, Advocate Dube, there are a request to just put the mic closer for audibility. Thank you.
in our office, we received a number of murder cases, and in these murder cases, some go with attempted murder, some with unlawful possession of firearms, unlawful possession of ammunition, assault with intent to do grievous bodily harm. They vary, they differ in cases. There are only 6 cases that we currently have on the roll, and they are still in the lower court roll. In all these matters, the state opposed bail, and we've finalized 5 bail applications. One is outstanding. It's only one matter that is outstanding. It is the last matter that was enrolled, and we are waiting for a judgment on it next week. 5 of these matters, mostly where the bail was refused, and because they have multiple accused in these matters, not only single accused. Only the last matter that has a single accused. In some matters, bail was refused. In some accused, bail was refused. In some, was granted. And the And all of the accused in these matters, the accused were represented. Legal aid was made available, as my colleague has said. That is the first thing that they appear, when they appear in the lower court, they are advised of their rights to legal representation. But in all these matters, they were represented by private counsel, whether it's attorneys or advocates. In all our matters, all these 6 murder matters, the DPP office had availed 3 advocates to deal with these matters from the lower court. And when, and when a decision is made whether to prosecute in the high court or in the lower court, they will still continue to take the matter to trial. The matters where the bail application has been finalized, the matters have been postponed for completion of investigations. And the last one that is on the roll is the 15th of December. And in one matter, we have signed the indictment for the accused to be enrolled in the High Court, and it will be served when on the next appearance.
And Advocate Dube, can you just remind us what is the area that you preside over? So these murder cases would have been murders that occurred in which specific areas?
According to the police stations, they emanate from Phoenix and Verulam areas.
And Advocate Dube, throughout the hearing, we have heard testimony from survivors who were who suffered specific crimes. Either they were attacked by a group of people, and we've also had in other dimensions of our investigation, harrowing details of a large scale of death of people. You know, I didn't catch the number, but I think you said 20 cases, there's about 20 cases, but I think obviously there's disproportionate to the number of people, to the devastating number of people, which the number that is hovering is about 200 to 300 people. So do you want to maybe comment on the discrepancy between the number of people reports said died and what seems like a low number of murder prosecutions?
Of the NPA prosecute, we don't have investigative capacity. We can only direct investigation for the South African Police Service to investigate. So the dockets are brought to us when the police wants direction. We only received 8 murder dockets and 6 have been enrolled. They are currently still on the lower court roll. Out of these 8 dockets, 2 of them we directed investigation and we have not enrolled. The police are still investigating. Out of the 6 murder dockets, I will just go through without mentioning the names of the people involved. In one matter, there were 3 accused, now there are 2. In another one, there are 5, another one, there are 7, another one, there are 9, another one, there are 5. The last one, is only 1. So there are multiple accused in most of these cases, and the modus operandi is the same. As you say, people were being attacked by a group of people. Only on the last one, which is we are still busy with the bail application, it was a single accused and a single victim.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't want to get too technical, but just to be clear, so these are multiple murder accused. Is there anybody perhaps that is there any group of people charged, say, with common purpose? You know, I don't know if we can maybe start with the definition, just a brief one, doesn't need to be a legal one, but common purpose, obviously. Yeah, you can go ahead. I see you're raising the mic.
Yes, we do allege common purpose where there's a group.
But is there specifically any group of people being charged as having acted as a group which resulted in either violence, assault, or murder?
When you say a group, you mean a group like a group of footballers, or what do you mean by a group?
Is there any accused in the prosecution that you are dealing with? who
Yes,
are-
there are,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
yes, there is multiple accused in each matter, except for one case where there's a single accused.
Okay. And on the issue of the mandate of the NPA, you were saying that you receive a docket. What is the relationship between the person who makes the choices about prosecution and say the investigator who collects that material? How much influence does the prosecutor have, for instance, to shape, direct, request information, do follow-ups and so forth?
When the docket is brought to us, there's already statements in the docket. And based on what is there, we direct the investigations further, looking at the offense that has been committed, direct investigation in order to prove, to have at least a prima facie case on the case before an arrest can be made. It's the prosecutor that makes a decision whether to prosecute or not, based on the evidence.
Certainly, colleague, and I don't want to be too pushy, but like I said, I think that the unrest has resulted in huge impact in a number of people that have died, and your colleagues have talked about the damage to property, incitement, a lot of array of crimes that have happened. So you can understand that there's a huge interest in figuring out whether the prosecutorial arm of the state is acting effectively and is properly allocating resources to ensure that people, as you said, are brought to book. So that's why I'm interested in that, because there is a disturbing discrepancy between the prosecutions currently underway and the scale of what our country reckoned with in July. So perhaps just to make it a shorter question, do you believe that has there been sufficient allocation of resources prosecutorially, such as special prosecutors who can be, who are experienced and who can be of much more aid to whomever it is that places a docket before them?
There are 3 advocates that are currently dealing with the matter, headed by myself, a deputy director. And one of them is a senior state advocate. These advocates don't prosecute normally in the lower court, but the DPP avail these advocates to deal with these matters from the lower court, to show the seriousness of the NPA, to deal with these matters, to avoid any discrepancies, to direct investigation from the very first appearances. We have been in Verulam court almost daily since the matters were enrolled. The first matter that was enrolled, dealing with bail application and ordinary adjournments, we were handling them ourselves as the DPP office, directing investigation in all the matters that have been placed on the roll. And remember that not all the matters that have been reported on the media as a number of meta dockets are with us. We only direct investigations on dockets that have been brought to us, because we don't have the whole list of dockets that are within the task team that is investigating. And they don't bring dead dockets where there's no information or evidence. They only bring dockets where there's something to start from.
Okay, thank you for that. Perhaps then I'll come back to a more technical question regarding the dockets before you, but perhaps as a general question, because you will recall that the invitation we had was from the National Director of Public Prosecution, who then delegated yourselves to appear before us because you would have much more intimate knowledge and operationally about what is happening locally here in KZ, and having been one of the epicenters. So maybe from that perspective, what has been communications between national office and yourself as the local DPP office? Have you been allocated resources? Have you been, has there been discussions specifically about how you would deal with, say, the dockets that are still underway? So is there a strategy that has been devised between your office? Or between your office and the national office as a reaction to what inevitably would be prosecution that will come in the future?
There is enough support coming from national office because each time we have a matter, one of these matters on the roll, whether they are still on Advocate Mel's rolls, they are being dealt by lower court prosecutors. Advocate Mel's reports daily on these matters. Same applies with us in the High Court. We report daily to national office, the DPP, of course, to the national office. They are aware of how far these matters are because they have been reporting even to Parliament, I'm told, of these matters. So we have enough resources, hence they have availed advocates from High Court to deal with the matters in the lower court. This is also a way of mentoring lower court prosecutors by doing so, because these 3 advocates that are dealing with these matters, they have been promoted to the High Court. They are dealing solely with High Court matters.
I'm just going to go back to the docket issue, and please bear with me, but it's an important aspect for us. The testimony we heard compels us to really think deeply about what it means when a group of people attack a single individual or those kind of aspects. So these meta dockets you're speaking of, is it multiple dockets, each dealing with the issue of murder, or is it, for instance, one docket dealing with 3 murder issues? Or murder accused, rather?
Talking about, I said to the commission that we have 6 matters on the roll. In one docket is a murder, attempted murder, possession of firearm without license. Then we'd have multiple accused, like 2 accused or 3 accused. Then we'll have another one, Phoenix case, with other multiple accused, multiple murder counts. So it differs from one incident to the other, but it's different dockets. I don't know if you know when I'm talking about docket, I will have case 1. Me and Mashamaite will be the accused, facing 6 counts of murder. Case 2, it will be Melis and someone else, and 5 others, with 1 count maybe of murder. It's something like that. When I'm talking about dockets, it differs from incident and witnesses that have availed themselves to report on that specific incident. As witnesses come, we keep on adding counts. We will do so until the trial starts, because even the indictment can always be amended as long as we have not commenced with the trial.
Okay, thank you, Advocate. Advocate Mashamaite, maybe you can come in to just take us through the range of crimes that are before you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, commissioners. As indicated, we are at the more organized level where we look at the instigators. As my colleagues have indicated, we are structured within NPA. We have decided that this is how we're going to deal with it. We have our lower court to deal with those kind of cases that were indicated by Advocate Mel, and we have the murder related matters that Advocate Dube spoke about. But then we at the organized crime, then now we want to get to the bottom of it. Where did it start? How did it start? And who started it? And why? That is where we try to get to the bottom of it, and where we say that let's look at the people that have instigated these particular offenses. Let's look at the people that have incited people to commit this kind of public violence. So you'll find that the main charge there will be either people that contravene the Ratios Assembly Act by inciting people to commit this particular offense. It can be through social media, it can be through meetings, it can be through other means where people are so-called leaders or so-called people at the front who gathered people or who went through social media to encourage people to commit this kind of offense. So we're looking mainly at those kind of people to see whether these people were financed by somebody else, whether these people had a particular mandate from somebody else. So we're looking at the deeper part of it. That is where we come. We currently have within KZN, when talking about, we have 3 cases where we have arrested people that we believe, through the evidence that we had in the docket, that they were inciting people to commit offense, either through sending video messages or voice messages, or even through social media like your Twitter, your Facebook. So we have already arrested 3 individuals. The first case is coming to court on the 13th of December 2021. It's postponed for copies of the docket and for copy of the charge sheet, a complete one. Remember, during the bail process, there will be certain charges and there might be further charges that will be added as investigation proceeded. That is the first case. It's coming on the 13th of December 2021. We have the second one. On the first one, the accused was granted bail of 5,000 rand. He's outside. The second one, this matter is coming on the 26th of January 2022 for further investigations. The accused in this matter was denied bail. He's in custody. I believe he'll be approaching the High Court to appeal against the refusal for bail. The other one is coming, is postponed to the 14th to 18 February 2022 for trial. So those are the 3 matters that are before court. And colleagues and Commissioner, you'll appreciate that when we deal with the instigators, I think that is where we get involved, because those investigations are very tense, very complex. You can understand you deal with social media, their rights, it's complicated without disclosing so much. And the investigations relating to those cases will always take time, and because you have to analyze lots of information and try to get to the bottom of it and try to see who was working with who, where and how, and that is where it becomes more complex. We have other for what you call decision dockets, meaning these are matters that we're still working on. As my colleague has said, that we as prosecutors, we receive dockets from the police. The police are the one who conduct investigation. I'm talking about the initial investigation. The preliminary investigation will be conducted by the police, and then the police will bring the docket to NPA to say that we have conducted this investigation up until this level. Look at this docket, see if we have enough, or please guide us. That is where we talk about, we call it PGI, Prosecution Guided Investigation. We look at the docket. Is there sufficient evidence? Is there a need for further evidence? How do we guide the police? So as my colleague was explaining to you, my colleague, that we receive docket from the police. We can only talk about the docket that we receive. There might be offenses that are committed and police are still investigating, and we might not have those docket before us. We can only talk about docket that we have received. I've said that we have 3 court matters, I've indicated. Then we have 4 decision docket that we're still working on. and trying to gather more information in order to make a proper decision, to decide whether are we taking this matter to court or whether are we going to decline to prosecute if there is insufficient evidence. There are two matters that we have already closed due to lack of evidence, because we could not find any offense being committed by these individuals. When you look at what has been posted by these individuals or what these individuals have said in the communication during the arrest. So we look at, so we have 2 that were closed and 4 that are still under investigation and 3 that are before court. Thank you, colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. I just have maybe 2 or 3 questions on this issue of organized. When you assessing these prosecutions that go to the aspect of organized dimension of the unrest hearing, of the unrest that happened, what are the factors of an organized? What are you looking at? Organized in what sense in terms of the unrest hearing? Just to add on to that you will see from our terms of reference that we shared that we are interested in the cause, right? So if indeed there's an arm of the NPA that has docket before them specifically looking at an organized dimension, it would be nice to kind of be brought into context about what you mean by that as it refers to, as it pertains to the unrest.
Before I get to the unrest, let me just talk general. When we talk organized crime, we talk more complex, more serious, more syndicate-based number of group of individuals committing a particular offense in a very plain pattern. That is what we call organized in general. You'll find that maybe it might be a syndicate. I'm just giving an example. Syndicates of drug dealers, might be a syndicates of political killing-related matters. You'll find that there are people that are hired to commit this kind of offense. So those are the kind of organized crime matters that we are talking about. But in relating to the unrest, obviously one will have to try and understand that because remember, we need to get to the bottom of it. Where did it start? And why did it start? And how did it start? And obviously, you need an organized crime unit to look at that particular structure to see whether was there any particular structure. Were there individuals that were behind the unrest? Were there individuals that were pushing or planning this particular unrest? So we look at that particular level, to put it simply, at the highest level that we can think of, and try to see, as the name indicates, instigators, people that incite, encourage people to commit this kind of offense. Because you'll understand when you talk about instigators, so that means these are people that are at a certain higher level that have influence and encourage people to commit this particular. So we want to establish, in terms of investigation, whether there were those kind of grouping of those kind of individuals that were at the forefront, encouraging and ensuring that there are unrest. So when we talk organized, we look at that particular structure. We don't really look at your individual that will do your normal looting, and we want to see what led to these people to loot. That is where we said, let's look at it. Does it come somewhere? Was there a structure? Was there a syndicate? Was there a group of people? Was there people that were financing the unrest? We look at that level of investigation. So that is what we call organized in terms of the unrest. We want to find out so that the community and the society can know whether this was a planned unrest or what was the position. So the investigation at that level will always be tense and complex, because then we'll have to look at a number of issues.
Thank you, and I specifically received the comment that for the community and the society to know, and I'm sensitive to this idea that you get a docket and you know, your job is not to investigate and so forth, that you get the docket and you have to work within what it is you receive, and of course, what it is that you can implore the investigator to do to put you in a better place to make a decision about prosecution. Are you aware either in your office, so the dockets that you're dealing with, and perhaps let me preface this, that I want to assume that the NPA takes the unrest seriously, and that there are discussions both at the local level and with national office, and also that there are discussions perhaps cross-provincially between, say, the DPPs in GP in Gauteng province and the DPPs here, because this was quite a significant moment in our national life. So my question is there, for instance, any high-ranking, let's say, officials, when you speak about organized crimes, who you know cross-institutionally in the whole NDPP, who are being investigated, or any other people dealing with dockets perhaps that implicate, say, you know, high-ranking officials, for instance?
Yeah, let me just respond first. NPA takes the unrest very serious, and I believe every citizen of South Africa will be concerned about what transpired in July 2021. Yes, NPA takes the unrest very serious. That is why we've organized ourselves in this way. In the organized crime, we have 4 dedicated, experienced advocates looking at the unrest matters at that level, where we look at instigators and inciters of these particular offenses. That's why at the general section, we have 3 dedicated advocates dealing with the murders at Phoenix and Verulem. I want to respond in this sense. My colleagues have indicated that there is daily communication between the respective province that were affected and with the national office. The national office is very much aware of what is transpiring in KZN. We report, and the national office is very much informed. And obviously, if there is necessary, there will be an interaction between the respective provinces. You might find that there is an accused that we are looking at, and maybe the other province that they are looking at. But I think, coming to your question exactly, colleagues, Commissioner, we have to be very careful. Remember the matters, the unrest occurred in July 2021. So we are now in November 2021. So we talk plus minus 4 to 5 months of investigation. These are very sensitive and serious issues that we are investigating as NPA. And whether we will diverge as to who is involved at what level, I don't think it will be, this will be the right platform to talk about those issues at this particular stage, because it has a very, very serious potential of affecting the investigations. That's why even when we addressed the commission, we don't even mention names, because we are very, very careful of talking about names of people that we are investigating, or people that will be potential witnesses in these particular matters that we're investigating. So we always try to be careful not to disclose, especially if media is present, and to the communities, because the risk of mentioning names and the risk of labeling people, it can have a very, very dire consequences. So as to whether there are serious, more senior people that are involved in the unrest itself, I think that is the question that we cannot disclose, and I believe that the Commission will appreciate the sensitivity of this particular matter, and the fact that the matters are still sub judice. matters are still under investigations, and to disclose information in this platform, it will be improper of us, it will be unprofessional of us, and it will not serve the interest of the community. Thank you.
Advocate, I understand. Maybe I can just give that question context, right? Our investigations is very wide. It's a national investigation. We have collected all sorts of evidence, and we are aware, for instance, statements made by high-ranking officials, for instance, who have at their disposal intelligence briefings, who have at their disposal direct communication with the police, who have at their disposal the resources of the military, and yet none of those resources have translated or landed on the desk of prosecutors in order to, for instance, give legitimacy to statements made by them that the unrest was organized, or that the unrest was orchestrated, or that there is a particular group of people who were behind the unrest. We want to know who was behind the unrest, what was the causes. We have public statements by the most powerful high-ranking officials of state saying that it was organized. And yet we've got a prosecutorial body that's saying that there isn't any prosecution whatsoever to indicate a large-scale organization at that level. So that is the context of the question. It's definitely not names or ID numbers or even any information that would give, a reasonable clue about who would be an accused person, but it's really trying to get to the heart of what is the state doing between its different powerful apparatus, between the police and intelligence and high-ranking officials who are saying it was organized, and yet no prosecution to indicate or justify the statement of an organized unrest.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, commissioners. It will be difficult for any individual to understand what goes behind the scene in terms of investigation. Remember, when we talk organized crime, we talk about dedicated advocates that are appointed to guide the investigation. As indicated within our unit, we have 4 dedicated advocates dealing with these matters. These advocates are not working alone. They are working with the experienced members of the DPCI, which is what you call the Hawks. There is crime intelligence that is also working within the team. You have your digital forensic investigators that are also involved here, trying to get to the bottom of it. To say at this stage, within 4 months, to say that there is nothing to show from the side of NPA or the side of prosecution, it will be an unfair statement, and it will be a misleading information to the society. Because as NPA, together with the stakeholders involved in this investigation, we are getting to the bottom of it. And I think at the right time, when things unfold, then everyone will be able to see what was behind the scene that the investigating officers are working on. As said, that you cannot expect that the investigating teams, including the prosecution team, will come publicly and say that we are investigating A, B, C, and D, and we are at this level, and this is evidence. Because if you do that, 1 is not being professional, and 2 is you are giving evidence to people that probably are also listening. Probably people that you are also investigating. They hear what you are saying, how far you are, how close you are with them. So we cannot do that, because that will be completely wrong. And that is why I understand the role that is played by the Commission. We want to assist the Commission as much as we can, but we have to look at the interest of these matters. To say, in order for us to be able to execute our functions, in order to us to be able to do what we're supposed to do and to get to the bottom of it, we have to be very careful not to divulge as much information as the investigation are still at an early stage and we're still trying to get to the bottom of it. So we are very much careful, and colleagues will appreciate the sensitivity around this matter and the seriousness of this matter, and we don't want to make any particular mistake, because once you start disclosing information in this particular platform, then you are compromising your investigation in principle. So you must as well as give it on media, and then that is it, and that is not how we work. We do our investigations, and when we are done with the investigation, cases are taken to court, and then everything will be at play before the court. Then everyone will know what was happening when it is presented before court. But if we start now to say, we are at this level, we are looking at this particular individuals, and this is how, which grouping are we looking at, it doesn't work that way. I think it will be unprofessional of us, and two, it will seriously hamper the investigation, and that is not what we want, as much as we want to assist the commission. But I think the commission will bear with us that these are sensitive matters that affect state security, and issues of state security are not discussed as simple as that in media, because we have to get to the bottom of it, and when the time is right, then things will play before court. I think I'm trying to be as gentle as possible on the issue, because I think my colleague will appreciate that when you talk about investigation, especially at this level, is not your normal assault that we are talking about here. We're talking about crimes that almost hamper the economy of the country, crime that obviously everyone wants to know what happened. But is it fair at this stage to release information that we are still working on? Because if we do that, we will really affect the investigation, and I don't think that is what we all want. All what we want, including the society, is that we want to know what happened at the end and who were involved at the end, and those people must be prosecuted successfully. And that is the goal that we are all working together with our stakeholders, which is the South African Police Service and other relevant stakeholders. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleague. And I just want to put a caveat that I think we're all working a tightrope, and we respect the parameters of what you can and cannot say. So please understand that all our questions are in earnest, and their aim is really getting to the truth of, I think, something that is difficult. I think anybody who had watched the testimony of survivors throughout the last 2 weeks, would also, I think, appreciate why it is that people would press for answers, and that there may even be impatience, perhaps, in trying to assess the truth and so forth. And I'll get to the other dimension that I want to ask about regarding organized crime, but perhaps you can maybe assist us and maybe the public, right, that when the unrest was taking place and when generally civil disobedience or protest of issues of this nature happen, the nation looks to their leaders for insight into what is happening. Would like to believe that we have the capacity to handle issues like unrest. We've got the capacity for them to be effectively prosecuted, speedily investigated. So when, for instance, one hears a statement from a public figure, be it the Minister of Police, be it the President, be it the Minister of Defense, whomever it is, and they say this is organized, we have to believe that they have some prima facie evidence before them to say to the nation that a particular thing is organized at the highest level and has the resources undergirding it in order to be successful. So when we're asking what the prosecutorial body is doing, it's not to kind of, peer into files and dockets and information and so forth. It's really just to connect the dots, right? We know that this person who has a wealth of information at their disposal has described it as organized. And how does that then translate into a prosecutorial strategy or something of that nature? So the migration of information perhaps between bodies, I don't assume that those statements are said lightly. I think they're always based on reliable information. So do you at least appreciate what we're trying to get at in going to the heart of what caused the unrest?
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, and thank you, commissioners. I think we have to differentiate and maybe simply understand the role of NPA and the role that the politician will play and the role that are played by other stakeholders like your state security, your crime intelligence and all those kinds. We play different roles. We as the NPA, we prosecute for offense that we can prove to have been committed. That is basically, to put it simply, that is what we do. What state security do is something else. State security has its own function. They can come and advise the commission as to what is their role. Crime intelligence has their role. So, to put it simply is that when we cannot comment on what has been said by other leaders to say things were organized, well, we don't know their grounds, we don't know their reason. We look at the evidence that is before us. We look at the evidence that we try to gather in terms of directing investigation. That is what NPA can comment about. We don't know about what other people have said, what other information. If there is any information, obviously through investigation, we'll get to the bottom of any information that is necessary to prosecute these matters successfully. So as I'll again request that we have to be very careful, because people will say certain things, either on media or either on social media, on social network, and that doesn't translate to evidence, because evidence, it will be what, through investigation, we have gathered. And once we have gathered, I think the public and the society will know when matters are presented before court to say, yes, this is the information that the NPA and the investigating teams were working on, and this is what they are presenting before court. And it's for the court to make a determination at the end of us presenting evidence before it to say, yes, the state, you have managed to prove your own case, or the state, you have failed to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. So just to simplify it to colleagues is that I think we have to understand the function of NPA first, before we bring other stakeholders close to NPA. Because what state security do, as I've said, they have their own function, their own role, their own processes, their own procedures, and crime intelligence the same, and other processes. We work close with them, but we don't necessarily know all their processes, because they have their own bosses and their own directors and their own directions. But as NPA, we prosecute, simple as that. We guide investigation. When we receive docket from the police, remember the police still do your preliminary investigation. And once they've done, they bring it to NPA. NPA, this is the docket that we have, that we are bringing to you. Look at it. Is there sufficient evidence to prosecute? Then we'll look at it and we'll say, okay, yes, there is, or no, let's look for something else. Here is how we are going to do it. That is our role. Once we are happy with that process, that there is a winnable case, then we'll then prosecute that particular matter. So I think this, what I'm trying to say is that let's avoid to bring issues that are not related to NPA and bring it before the table of NPA. And I understand the concern that the community and maybe the commission and colleagues might miss and try to bring other issues. But let's focus to issues that relates to NPA, which is prosecution. And we prosecute what we have guided as investigation and what has been brought before us as the police. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate. I think there's also will be an appreciation. Obviously, it's also educational for many for many of us, the panelists, perhaps, and even the public. And perhaps the questions are better suited for other witnesses, but we have to appreciate and be able to account to the public, and put them in a position to make expectation that a particular statement by any powerful official doesn't translate, as you say, to whether prosecution will occur or not. That there's basically no weight if you're looking at from without a docket, at least from a prosecutorial side. Just one more question, perhaps the clarity question on the organized aspect of it. So during the unrest, you will know that there were people who organized to protect property. There were those who say they organized to protect say, businesses. There were even those that are said to have been organized in the execution of crimes such as murder, such as assault, such as preventing the free movement of other people and so forth. Would that kind of organizing also fall under what you called organized crime? So if a community organized to protect, in their view, say their neighborhood, and in acting like that committed, say, crimes over a period of days, 8 days, would that be something that falls within the scope of organized crime?
I think, colleagues, let's put it this way. If a crime has been committed, and we can prove that a crime has been committed, it does not matter in what platform or in what forum was it. If we can prove that somebody committed murder, and remember when we talk about murder, there are elements. I don't want to get complex about it, but when you talk about murder, you talk about somebody that had the intention to commit and to kill. That is what we simply, for example. So if you look at for example, if you want to give an example of the community that that you indicated in your own way, that these were the group of individuals that organized themselves and I'm not sure whether you said that they were protecting themselves or they were committing the murders. If we can prove that this group of individuals, their intention was to commit murder, we will prosecute them without any doubt. But obviously, that's what I'm saying, when you make those kind of decisions, you look at the evidence. You go deeper to the evidence as to is it intention to kill, or was there other elements that are at play? For example, whether one can say were people protecting themselves, but those are matter of investigation. As Advocate Dube said, that those are issues that Advocate Dube is dealing with. He looks at the particular scenario. Who are the accused in this particular matter? How did this incident happen? And whether the people that are charged or suspect or accused, have they committed what offense, murder, what are the circumstances which led to this particular result of people being killed, whatever the case. So that is why we are saying that there are lots of discussions, lots of investigations that are happening behind the scene that you might not know. The advocates are at heart work, trying to make together the necessary investigation, and also to make sure that proper decisions are taken when come to any identified offense, be it murder, be it incitement to commit whatever, public violence or arson. We will get to the bottom of all the evidence, and when we are there, we will then analyze the evidence and say, what is the correct decision in terms of evidence? So, on face value, One might think that it is an easy decision to make, but we consider a number of things, and we are guided by principle, but in particular, we are guided by the law. What does the law of private defense says? What does the law of self-defense says? What does the law relating to the element of murder says? What are the circumstances? So we are guided by a number of things. There is case law, there is a number of statutes that will make us to come to the right decision. I say that we always make a decision, and that decision, it does not have to be a decision that you like, as long as it is the correct decision in terms of the law.
Yeah, definitely. But maybe, I don't know if you caught the aim of my question, because you were speaking about those 3 dockets, that there's organized looting, right? That there's organized incitement. So I wanted to say, obviously, it's not just the looting that was organized. There were other aspects relating to the unrest that we just wanted to know if those also would fall under that umbrella of organized. If there were organized looters, perhaps there were organized people who, say, beat up the looters, or if there's organized inciters and so forth. So that was the aim of the question, really, not so much, you get it, right, at the...
Yeah, I think, colleague, that is what we are in the process of getting to. I've said that we are in the process of trying to establish whether there was organized individuals, and that is where you will need the organized crime unit to look at that particular aspect. Was there a number of people that were behind this unrest? That is where we are playing. And the 3 docket that I've mentioned, obviously you will pick one individual there and there to say, okay, let's see whether this particular individual, well, we can see that it's inciting by doing A, B, and C, but whether does he fit in the bigger scheme, if there is any bigger scheme, because remember, we are trying to get to that particular bigger scheme, if there is any. And that is the process of investigation, because investigation will direct you in many directions. You might find that at the end of the day, you are not even able to prove organized. But at least if you have a unit looking to that particular factor to say, was there? You see, the relevance here is the question. Was there a group of organized people? And we are trying to get to the bottom of that, so that when we come back after we have finalized our investigation, then we can be able to say to the community, or to society, or to our superiors, to say we have looked at it, there was organized. We have looked at it, there was no organized individuals around the unrest. And that is the process that I'm talking about, that investigation are still unfolding. We don't know where the investigation will lead us, because we are directed by evidence. As we keep on getting evidence and evidence, things will unfold, and things will become more clearer and clearer and clearer. Then one day we'll be in a position to say, court, here is evidence. We can prove that there was a group of people. Or court, or we'll make a decision to say, no, we cannot prove that there was a group of individuals behind the planning. But there is a need for us to look at that, so that when we make that particular decision, we are informed after we have looked at everything, to say, yes, organized crime unit has looked at this together with its stakeholders, and they've come to this particular decision. And I think that is why we keep on talking about organized. Because remember, we are a unit with so many expertise, and together with our own stakeholders. So we're trying to get to the bottom of it, and that is a process. And we cannot at this stage, because we haven't completed that process, we cannot at this stage to say, is it organized or is not organized? It will be organized when we have concluded the process. Then we will be able to say to the community and to the society at large, to say, yes, we have looked at it. Yes, it was planned by this group, or yes, it was not planned by this group. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleague. And I just want to again repeat that we're not looking for particulars, right? Like we're looking for, in principle, would this constitute an organized crime? So we are really appreciating that, and I'll be circumspect to clarify that in my questions. And I just have 2 small questions. and then I'll move on to just two more themes before I conclude my section of questioning. Could you maybe just tell us who are the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit? I don't know if you are familiar with that arm of the prosecutorial directorate. Who are they, and what kind of more broadly crimes would fall within their mandate to prosecute? Given if they had, of course, the docket with all evidence and stuff, what would they prosecute?
I think Priority Crime Litigation Unit is a unit that is mainly based at the head office of NPA. But let's not complicate it. Your organized crime can fall under the priority crime litigation, depending on the seriousness. That's why we are saying priority. It can be any kind of offense that becomes a priority. So there is a unit called Priority Crime Litigation Unit that is in the head office that looks at the more complex and serious matters, in particular that deals with the offenses that will affect the state security. But in principle, you'll have your own prosecutors within your organized crime dealing with some of those matters. Because remember, offenses are committed within the provinces. There's no offenses that is committed at the national office. The national office is the mother body to overlooked at what is happening within these 9 provinces. So your Priority Crime Litigation Unit will be sitting there, and then they will be liaising with the province. And if there is any such serious matter that needs priority attention or that needs more attention, there will be a communication between your organized crime of that particular province where the offense is committed, liaising with the Priority Crime Litigation Unit, so that there can be that clear communication. So there can be a prosecutor within the KZN that doing a case that falls within the Priority Crime Litigation Unit. And in many cases, that prosecutor will come from organized crime. So there is no much difference, if you to put it simply, because your organized crime will in many cases liaise with the Priority Crime Litigation Unit. But there is a unit that is based at the head office that is headed by our seniors. And we, on daily basis, liaise with that particular, those particular individuals, because they provide guidance to us in terms of the same matters that we are talking about, the unrest. We report to them, and they know about these particular matters.
Yeah, thank you, colleague. And maybe this next question is, you can just indicate, I'm not asking about specifics, I'm not asking about any particular information, I'm just inquiring whether between all the communications happening between national and cross-provincially, are you aware of any docket within your institution that is specifically relating to, say, treason or sedition or a crime of that nature? Are you aware of such an investigation that implicates those as crimes, as potential crimes? Because obviously it will still be investigation, so, or as you might call prima facie crime of treason or sedition.
Colleague, are we talking about KZN? Because
Well,
in KZN, we are looking at any type, form of offense. Remember, as I've said, that investigations are still unfolding, and as they unfold, new charges can develop based on the availability of evidence. And once we are at that stage to say we have this enough evidence to be able to prove a particular type of offense, be it treason, be it incitement, be it public violence, we'll be able to put that charges and level it against that particular person. But for now, to say that is there any treason, sedition, and on all those kind of offense, it will be premature for us to say yes or no, because investigations are unfolding. And Once investigations are complete, then we'll be in a better position. And I think the commission will be first to know as to whether we are ready to prove any kind of offense. Colleague, it is a challenge to say these are the offenses. We are looking at number of offenses, and some will succeed, some will fall along the way. And for us to commit now that these are the offenses, and what happens if they fall off? Do we have to come back and say that, yeah, that offense that we mentioned, it's no more? I think it is best to say that we're looking at the matter holistically, and if there is any offense to prosecute, be it treason, be it any kind of offense, murder, public violence, incitement, we will definitely prosecute based on the availability of evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before the other two colleagues come in, I think just bear in mind that, of course, the NPA is always prosecuting crimes, whether there's been an unrest or not, but we are interested specifically as it relates to the unrest. And the question is not so much about divulging any information. For instance, we are also an investigative body. You know, at any number, at any stage, anybody could call the commission and ask, dear commissioners, have you received any complaints regarding unfair discrimination? And the answer would be yes, we have received complaints relating to unfair discrimination, and we are investigating them, and the outcome of that investigation will be communicated. So that's really where I'm going with that, to say, is there anything on the table that specifically deals with treason that is currently under investigation, that could fall away, that could lead to a prosecution, or that could end up not being eligible for prosecution? But is there at least institutionally? And if there's not, obviously that's fine, but is there at least institutionally that as a dimension of investigation relating to the unhearing, or relating to matters pertaining to the unhearing? Advocate Dube, Advocate Mellis.
There's none at this stage.
Thank you. Advocate Mellis, do you maybe know in your channels?
No, nothing that is appearing in the lower courts.
Okay. All right. Thank you, colleagues. I think we spent some time on that category of charges and range of charges. I just have two more themes, and I'll try my best to get through them. I know my colleague might have one or two questions. So I know we don't have to spend too much time on this because it has been featured in testimony, but we are interested in knowing the relationship between the NPA and the South African Police Service. A lot of the testimony has been, focused on, we receive dockets and we are kind of limited to whatever is in the docket, although there is some scope to say to an investigator, go back, get us more affidavits. So I want to know how fluid is the flow of information, how fluid is the collaboration between the NPA and any number of their prosecutors and the South African Police Service, if you can just explain, also for the benefit of those who don't know. Thank you, Advocate Dube.
Thank you. Before I to my section be start with, can you deal with them? I have to be somewhere in the CBD by 5 o'clock. We have a pre-arranged meeting. I have to be there.
No, I think...
So I would like my questions to be directed to me so that I can deal with before I can ask to be excused.
Yeah. Chairperson, we don't have any, like I said, I only have two smaller themes to deal with maybe 3 or 4 questions underneath them, and none specifically pertain to any of the witnesses. So if Advocate Dube, has pre-existing obligations, then from the evidence team, colleague, I'm happy that she be excused, and that the other colleague who are able to bear with us for no more than another 30 minutes can perhaps stay behind. But I'm confident they'll be able to cover the scope of the remaining questions.
Okay. What was your question again?
My question was about the relationship between prosecutors and between the NPA and the SAPS, because I really do appreciate how limited you are, because you don't have an investigative, you don't investigate, you just prosecute. So I'm actually interested in both the collaborative relationship between yourself and the police, and just understanding the flow of sufficient information and support. Yeah.
after the announcement by the Minister of Police or National Commissioner of Police that there's going to be a task team investigating Phoenix murders, the DPP KZ and Advocate Zungu appointed this group of prosecutors to be part of the task team. There is constant communication. The meeting that I'm going to now is the task team meeting that we have prearranged. We are meeting almost every week with the police. At some instances, we meet even with our provincial heads, the police commissioner and the DPP. We have had various meetings with her, and we have at some stage met with the heads of different sections of the police. So there is communication and continuous engagement with SAPS. Regarding specifically with investigations, there is a task, this task team is led by Brigadier Cele, and we are working together closely on matters that have been already brought to us, and we have continuous engagement even with the individual investigators on the dockets that are with us.
During the unrest in particular, was there support, for instance, when people were being, for instance, arrested, released on bail, and so forth? Did you feel like you had enough support from the police with relation to arrests that happened, particularly during that period?
During the week of the unrest, there were matters that were being enrolled, but our engagement as my started after the task team was formed. The matters were already on the lower court, but the murders only, the arrest only happened after the task team was formed. So that is where my participation started. Maybe Advocate Melis, because she heads the lower court in the cluster where the unrest happened, she would know how was the cooperation with the police during the week of the unrest.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we were in constant communication with the South African Police Service, and the cases, as they were happening and as arrests were happening, the cases were being brought through to court. There were some difficulties. For example, the police cells became rather overcrowded at times because of the huge numbers of arrests that were taking place. But I can say that the courts in our area processed the cases, the prosecution processed the cases as they came in and dealt with them, scheduled bail applications, the cases were dealt with. There was constant communication with the local South African Police Service to ensure constant flow of information and work through to the courts.
Thank you, Advocate. Advocate Dube, I know you have to dash off, so just one last question for me. Can you just tell us a little bit more about this task force team that you referred to that was set up? I don't know if I heard correctly.
It's a task team. It's headed by Brigadier Cele, who is the commander of Tegwini district, and he has a number of investigators from various stations within the Tegwini district, and which also include ballistics, the forensics, the LCRC, various units of the SAPS. I'm not sure of how many of them, but from the cases that you are dealing with, we have not one investigator in a matter. We have at least, they are being paired in each case to investigate, so that when another is not around or is not well, work continues. Same applies with us, although I have one advocate per case, but I know each case because I have to give directions in the event that another advocate is engaged, maybe in the High Court.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Maybe the remaining advocates can assist, just to give you time if I see it's fast approaching 5 o'clock. Advocate Mellis, is there, what is the relationship between, is there any, and what is the nature of relationship with the NPA and the South African National Defence Force? Is there any relationships between?
No, there is no working relationship because it is an unusual situation that the military are called in to perform policing functions or to secure the communities and secure the assets of the state. It is not a normal working arrangement. So while I'm sure that there are high-level engagements between the military and the National Prosecuting Authority, certainly at a local level, there isn't really a relationship with the military.
No, yeah. Thank you.
On the first appearance, the first case that appeared in Verulam Court, there was high presence of the military. That because it was the first case that appeared where murder had been committed. That was the only time that we saw military in attendance. Otherwise, we don't have engagements or any working relationships with them.
And obviously, I just want to do a follow-up, just to be clear. So, so we heard, for instance, the former Minister of Defense testified, and part of her testimony in explaining to the commission and, you know, contextualizing as to how things work was that the police are able to call, as you say, Advocate, reinforcement, for instance, if they don't have capacity or if just the situation so warrants. Now, if the military comes in, then they become an extension of the police function, right? They come in to assist the police to do what otherwise police would be doing, but they are coming to assist at a capacity level. When that happens, does anything shift? So you, even in those scenarios, would you still not have contact with them as if though they were police, at least in that context?
I remember on the first appearance of that matter, they were at a distance controlling the crowds. They were not closer to us or to the court precinct. Because police are the ones that we deal with. The army was a distance away. We didn't even talk to them. So I wouldn't say there are any engagements with them, maybe not at our level.
Okay, and maybe this is a twofold question. So the first one is, you can prosecute police officers, for instance. So if police officers say were part of the people who looted, would you be able to prosecute
Absolutely.
them?
Yes, absolutely. We routinely prosecute police officers for a variety of offences, depends on what's been committed.
And if the military, for instance, had been present in any context and they too did a criminal offence that a police officer...
We would also be in a position to prosecute a member of the military.
And there's no jurisdictional issues?
Remember, we said any person who commit an offense, it does not matter. As long as we can prove an offense, we will prosecute you. Be it police, be it a military member, be it a member of parliament, be it a prosecutor. If there is an offense committed, we will prosecute you.
Yeah, and I was pleased when you were giving us the credentials that you are all senior officials. Do you know of any cases in which, or have you in your experience, you don't need to refer to the cases particularly, but you do know of prosecuted, whether successful or not, military personnel in your experiences in the NPA?
Yes, there was division.
Oh. Okay. And then just one question. Once again, I'm really interested because it's said that the NPA, that you are limited to obviously the investigative resources of the police in order to put you in a position to fairly prosecute a crime that can, a matter that can be prosecuted. Can you, in your when you look at a docket and you require information, is it possible to get information from other people other than the police? So there's the investigating officer, brings you a docket, you assess it, you see that there are obvious inadequacies, but perhaps with this and that information, it can augment the docket enough for you to say, yes, I'm going to prosecute this. Who else do you rely on to get sources of information other than the police? Is there any other state branch or other resources you can reach out to for that information to augment a docket?
Well, the investigative onus is on the police. They are our partners when it comes to the investigation of criminal cases, the detective branch. So that is our primary source for investigation. They can then approach other state officials, for example, medical doctors who work for the state who might have done medical examinations or post-mortems. They can then approach those functionaries, but it is the duty of the South African police detectives to actually do that investigation. We can't reach out on our own, for example, to a district surgeon and ask him to submit a statement. It has to be done by the South African Police Service.
And I caveat my next question with, it might be unfair because you are not the police, you came here as prosecutors, but perhaps your experience can aid. Do the police themselves have the ability to ask, say, the South African Intelligence Services or the South African Defence Force or those other arms for more information?
Yes,
in
they
the
do.
investigation? So they can do that?
They can, yes.
Yeah, and obviously would then flow down through, it would be like trickle down to the prosecutor.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Is there, I want to just get, you are aware of the hate crimes bill? Are you aware of the hate crimes bill that is currently basically in its infancy stages?
Yes.
Now, part of the testimony that came, spoke of, and I use these terms in inverted commas, race-based violence or violence committed against people because they were black or because they were black, they were seen as looters and so forth. I know it is still a bill and so forth, but in your experience, has there been crimes of this nature that would justify an act of this nature that would speak to hate crimes?
You are excused.
Yeah, thank you, Advocate Dube. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, appreciate.
It's very difficult at this stage of proceedings and at this stage of investigation to come out with what we call a motive for crime. Motive is not really something that it's not an element of the crime, so we don't focus on the motive. The correct forum to pronounce on whether a crime has been racially motivated or motivated by any other extraneous factor would be the court that hears that case. So the magistrate or judge that hears that murder case or whatever the case may be can make a decision after he or she has heard all the evidence. And looking at the totality of evidence, they can reach a conclusion at the end of the case. They don't always come to a conclusion on motive because, as I said, it is not really a relevant factor for us. But it is for the trial court to come to that conclusion at the end of the day. So it's really would be premature for us to be reaching into that arena now.
And as prosecutors, do you think it would aid you in your experience? So if, for instance, there was an act that specifically demarcated that motive-based crimes, because you are black, I beat you up, because you're a woman, looking at gender-based violence in the country and all sorts of things, would you, and this just perhaps an appeal to perhaps experience and just your personal perspective, do you think that such an act would aid you in your prosecutorial work?
Yes, I think it would be another tool in our toolkit, really, that we could use to prosecute. And it's not always easy to prove motive. It's very difficult because it's an emotional thing often, and it's often a hidden thing, motive. But certainly something like the hate crimes bill could go a long way towards assisting the prosecution.
And perhaps, would you agree that perhaps another basis would be our history as a country in which violence, for a long time was specifically designed with race at the center of it, and part of those things continue to linger and there's residues of that. So do you think that perhaps even our history could be, our socio-political history could be a basis for, to motivate for such a bill becoming an act? I see Advocate Mashima, do you want to come in?
Well, maybe I'm very cautious. You see, and I've said from the beginning that we are before this, the commission as prosecutors. I think if we get to a situation where we have to give our own personal opinion, I think it becomes. I think we are stepping out of what we are here for as NPA prosecutors. The issue of motive, as my colleague have said, motive assists us, if necessary, to understand the reason behind the crime, maybe. But at the end of the day, you still have to prove your elements. Your motive is something that the court will consider when you present your case. If you want to explain to court to say the reason why this happened or the reason why this individual was killed is because it's A, B, and C. And as my colleague said, that motive is something difficult to prove, because then you will never get to the bottom of it, because it will be your opinion, what you think, what you suspect. We don't waste much energy on motive when we prosecute. We look at the crime. Was the crime committed? Whether it was committed by whoever, whatever race, to us is all about crime. And once we can prove that, then I think that will be a job done. But the issue of motive, issue of race, the issue, we don't want to really because comment about those kind of issues, because really we really think that it is not within our mandate as prosecutors to be saying before the commission, to say maybe the offenses were racially motivated or not. We don't know. And I wonder whether we'll even know at the end of our own investigation.
Advocate, I'm happy to move on to my last three questions, but I think you will appreciate, perhaps we can bring into context that the Commission has the power to make recommendations. And I think that when something like an unrest happens, there are always room for reflection, there's always room for improvement of all institutions. You know, we also have to reflect on how we can be more effective as an institution. Perhaps other institutions need to be funded more. Perhaps the NPA needs to be given wider scope for investigation, those kind of stuff. And so the hate crime question really comes with the aim for that. What can we recommend that would aid prosecutors on the ground to effectively and speedily and more accurately and prosecute crimes more accurately, not just generally as an assault, but go to the heart of it. And once again, it's linked to the harrowing testimony that we have heard. The witnesses that came before us who are saying, I was beaten up because I'm black. We have to take that seriously. And if there isn't a particular crime that, or a particular offense, whether one can prove it or not, if it doesn't even exist, that legislation, that if you are attacked and an act of violence is meted against you on the ground, say, of gender, race, ethnicity, we heard comments like ethnic mobilization. If crimes against you were done on that basis, perhaps it may aid prosecutors if there was an act of that nature. You know what I mean? And so it was really with the aim for that, not so much, you appreciate where the direction is of the question.
No, I do appreciate it. I think I fully understand the line of questioning. I was just wanting to clarify that as prosecutors, we always try to understand the motive. We always try to understand the reasoning behind the commission of each and every offense. Like your crime of passion, your murder. We'll always try to understand, why did this gentleman kill this particular woman? We'll find that this is a crime of passion, and that will be the motive for the killing. We always look at those kind of things. But I think at this stage, as we are saying, that our investigation are still at an early stage for us to be able to draw a conclusion. I mean, remember, even at this stage, we haven't even consulted with some of the witnesses. The police are still gathering statements from witnesses, interviewing witnesses, bringing statements to prosecution. And at that stage, when the investigation are finalized, then we'll sit and then consult with the individual witnesses and then try to understand their feeling, what do they understand, and what do they think happened, and why it happened. And maybe at that stage, that is when we'll be able to say, according to this A witness, this is how she understands and views this particular scenario. And that is when maybe those issues of motive can be entertained at that particular stage. But I appreciate where the commission is going in terms of the line of questioning. And I can understand, because there have been a number of witnesses that came before the commission. And yeah, even though we had our own reservation with regard to the said witnesses, especially at this stage, coming to remember, as I've said from the beginning, we are in the deep of investigation. And witnesses that came before the commission, some of those witnesses might be the witness that the state are going to use. We don't know, because remember, there's a number of cases. But if obviously there are victims that were directly affected, chances are highly that there will be state witnesses. Some have came before this commission and gave testimony. We are concerned, and we should be concerned as the state, because one, the security and the safety of those particular witnesses. Two, the testimony of those particular witnesses before the commission, before the witness testifying before God. But those are our concern. I think those are the issues that we can discuss at a different structure. But we understand the responsibility of the commission, but so we'll request that we also understand our responsibility as NPA in protecting our own witnesses and in protecting the information, so that when we present that particular evidence, it is not tainted with any other information in between.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think we're an inquisitorial body. You are experienced prosecutors, so I think it's definitely the tension in trying to understand how we come together to aid each other. My third last questions: what role does human rights play in the way that the NPA carries out its mandate, and perhaps, if possible, do you have a human rights policy that guides issues? I mean, I think somebody spoke of pillars of values, but do you have a specific human rights policy that kind of guides the parameters of how you carry out your mandate and how you carry out prosecutions in general?
Basically, human rights the factor of human rights comes into every decision that we make. We, as Advocate Mashimiati has said, we have our witnesses, the rights of our witnesses to take into account. We also have to take into account the rights of the accused. It is not the duty of a prosecutor to go to court and win at all costs. It is the duty of a prosecutor to place all available evidence before the court and for the court to decide on the verdict at the end of the day. So human rights are at the forefront of our considerations at every step of the way. We referred to the values of the National Prosecuting Authority, and in looking at these values, we go a long way towards unpacking human rights, both as employees of the National Prosecuting Authority as well as prosecutors when dealing with members of the public and with accused persons. There is not a human rights policy as such, but as I say, if one looks at the values underpinning the National Prosecuting Authority, one can see that we are based on a consideration of human rights. And as I've said, every decision we make has an impact on the human rights of the victim, the human rights of the witness, the human rights of the accused, and those are taken into account whenever we make a decision.
Yeah, just to add, remember the mission of NPA. The first word is we are guided by the Constitution. The Constitution entrenches all the human rights or all the rights of individuals that are there. So we are guided by the Constitution. So we respect each and every right of the accused, the suspect, the detainee, the witness, and any person that we engage with, be it the investigating officer, our stakeholders. So we are guided by the Constitution. That is the first word of our mission as NPA, without even going to the values of NPA. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's a nice springboard for the next question, because you will know that our Constitution recognizes deep inequalities in our society. It recognizes the history that has basically shaped that inequality and so forth. And maybe this may lead you to some of the repetition of an answer you gave earlier, but we wanted to perhaps from a human rights perspective understand, and the emphasis was always on crime and prosecution and so forth. Do you ever take into consideration crimes that arise out of a context that has to do with that has as a larger context, socio-economic or socio-political issues? So for instance, if a crime is committed during an unrest in which there are some underlying socio-economic issues, neglect by the state, hunger by the poor, whatever the case may be, does that play a factor at all? And if it does, what is the factor? Or do you only go to the criminal act itself, the criminal conduct, and never the larger context?
We've always got to consider the social context of any situation. The National Prosecuting Authority has been very outspoken on training all prosecutors in social context, obviously looking at our past and looking at what has happened in our past, so that our decisions are made taking social context into account. Having said that, obviously we look at the context that surrounds a crime that has been committed. But at the end of the day, we're looking for the elements of the crime, and has that crime been committed? At a higher level, in the National Prosecuting Authority, obviously decisions around, as you said, the context of in which crimes have been committed can be taken into account. But at the level that certainly that I'm working on, we look at whether the elements of the crime have been met and take a decision based on the elements of the crime.
And I think it was Advocate Dube and who emphasized, and colleagues echoed that her averments, that National Office takes very seriously the unrest, and that special resources have been allocated, and there's a task team and so forth. And perhaps this may be for other witnesses within your structures, but would you consider it appropriate that situations like the unrest that happen, that out of it comes a prosecutorial report? So of course this takes long, like Advocate Mashamati said, it takes long and it may take 4 or 5 years, but is there perhaps any plans that as part of the NPA's accounting, that there can be a document, a report saying there was an unrest that resulted in huge calamities in terms of human impact, so many people died, so much property was destroyed, and this is the prosecutorial result out of that? That will obviously specifically focus on the unrest, given its very unprecedented nature that have also inspired this national hearing. Would such a thing be outside the scope or outside the functions or outside the accountability mechanisms of the NPA?
Well, one won't really know with regard to the national office. I think the national office and our seniors, they have their own responsibilities, and they are reporting to the Minister of Justice, and maybe the Minister of Justice report to Parliament. Maybe at that level there might be that kind of reporting, But as for us as managers, senior managers within the province, is to report what is happening within the province. But I think it will be proper at some stage that the senior managers will engage with the Minister of Justice and then maybe Parliament, and maybe there can be that particular report. But I think that question will be best directed to our senior manager at the national level. But one will believe that there is such engagement at that level.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Chairperson, I'm satisfied. I have concluded my segment of questioning. My colleague has, and as I hear, really just a couple of questions. Yeah, if we can just,
If you can just both be mindful that it is 5:15 and we also have questions.
Yeah, indeed,
Please.
indeed. Advocate?
Thank you. My first questions are directed at you, Advocate Masha Maite. You've mentioned that there are about 3 cases that have been opened of organized crime, if I understood you correctly. Now, are there any charges preferred against persons in relation to the burning of trucks at Moy River?
Thank you, colleagues. On the 3, remember from the beginning I've mentioned that when I started I said that we're looking at the bigger structure or the bigger picture in terms of the instigators and people that have started, if there are any that started the unrest or that have encouraged or incite people to commit, that is where we are looking. But when we talk about, for example, burning of a particular truck or burning of a particular shop, if at this stage we haven't linked the group, because remember we are trying to establish whether there were people that were funding, whether there were people that were encouraging, whether there were people that started this whole, that is at our level. But in terms of your individual offenses, like your burning of truck, your arson at a particular store and all those kind, at this stage it will be the lower court that are looking at all those matters. If there is any burning of truck, obviously, depending on the severity of it, it can get to organized crime. But at this stage, we are looking at the instigators and to see if we can we deal and address and investigate and find something against any person who is deemed to be the instigators. So your trucks will probably be dealt by the lower court, and your normal arson and your looting will be dealt by the lower court. But should it become something serious, it will be escalated to the organized crime. Thank you.
Advocate Mellis, are there any charges preferred against people in relation to the incident at Moy River?
I'm unaware because that falls outside of my jurisdiction. In terms of, I'm in charge of the Pinetown cluster, which includes Verulam and Phoenix. So I'm unaware offhand as to whether there are any charges related to the burning of trucks at Moy River.
Thank you. Advocate Masha Maite, do you know if the NPA was involved somehow in the recovery of goods that were stolen or looted? And if that is the case, was there a court order obtained by the NPA for the recovery of those goods?
Thank you, colleagues. I think we have to be very clear. One, NPA does not investigate. So any recovery of goods that were stolen or looted should be by the police. And if there is any, I think when you talk about NPA being involved in the recovery of goods, that is something else, because it's the police that are going to physically go and take the goods. That is the police. NPA will only come on the issue of AFU, which is asset forfeiture. Yes. Yeah, that is where NPA will come. But you see, there is a different unit, which is AFU, which I'm not part of that particular unit. There is an AFU within KZN, And I'm not sure whether that office was also invited, because those are the ones that can tell you what was recovered and how much was, which assets were recovered, and whether there were any orders that were made, preservation order, restraints orders. But at my office, we don't have much information about assets that were recovered by the asset forfeiture.
In other words, you cannot answer on behalf of the assets forfeiture unit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'll be misleading the commission, because the AFU are the one better sitting with that information.
Okay. Advocate Mellors, would you say that during the time of the unrest and after, the court roll was actually congested? And for how long did it remain congested, if that was the case?
Are you talking about congested with unrest-related cases?
Unrest-related matters.
What we did in Verulam was in consultation, and bearing in mind all the Phoenix cases came to Verulam, in consultation with the senior magistrate in Verulam, a priority court was set up, which has dealt with all of the unrest-related cases from inception. So all the bail applications initially were placed in that court, and we ensured that that court had the resources that were required to keep it operating even when times were difficult during the unrest. That court still sat, and cases were brought to that court. They knew that that specific court was going to handle the case. In fact, the magistrate who presided over that court was the acting chief magistrate of Verulam. So, yes, the court roll was heavy, but I wouldn't say that it was unreasonably congested. It was heavy, but it was manageable.
All right, thank you. Now, in the cases that you had received, were there any cases relating to minors who were arrested in relation to the unrest?
There was one minor that was arrested, yes, in relation to the cases that we have on our Verulam court roll.
Yeah, was it in relation to the unrest, or was it something completely outside the boundaries of...
It was related to the unrest.
Okay, and if I may just ask, how was the matter dealt with? Was it mediated? Was he taken for diversion? Do you maybe know?
I'm not sure of the outcome of the matter. It's just one of the 20 cases that is on the roll. As far as I'm aware, it's still pending.
It's still pending?
Yes, a preliminary inquiry was held in terms of the Child Justice Act.
Yes.
And the juvenile accused was referred to the Child Justice Court for further evidence to be led.
Okay, lastly, this question can either be can be answered by either one of you. We have seen on national television the Premier of KZN assaulting a person, right? Do any of you know that if there are charges of common assault prepared against him, or there's an ongoing investigation against the Premier?
I've never came across that particular piece of information. If it comes to our attention, we'll deal with it. But I'm not sure whether my colleague have seen such.
No, the first I've heard of it. I haven't been aware of this at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. A few questions from our side. These questions are mostly directed to Advocate Masha Maite. So you referred to the 3 cases which are organized crime type of cases. The one that is on the roll for the 13th of December, second one, 26th January next year, third one, the 14th of February. Now, according to the law, as I understand it, as soon as someone has appeared in court, then the name of that person may be published. So is that, I suppose that's also the case with regard to these 3 matters.
I think the accused, once they have appeared to court, that information becomes available for as a public domain. There is a charge sheet that is kept by the court, and any person interested to a particular case then can follow that particular matter and, if necessary, get more information. Yes, the names are available. I think Commissioner might have seen some of or the public might have seen some of those accused appearing before court.
Okay, so in each of these cases, they have appeared. The one got bail, another one was denied bail, the third one is up for trial. So can you give us a detail of the accused persons in these matters?
If it will please the commission, can I do that? Not in this platform, but I can do that if the commission.
Thank you very much. And if you can then also just indicate to us, the name of every accused as well as the charges against them, the current charges. We accept that new charges may be added later on, whatever the case may be, but the current charges. Thank you very much. Then secondly, I just would like to know how many further people are, because I understand that the 4 advocates I suppose that one of these is now specifically for purposes of organized crime, work with the hawks and so on. So my question basically is, how many people are under investigation still? In other words, no decision to prosecute has yet been taken. I'm not asking the names, I'm just asking how many.
I think Chair, I've mentioned that currently, as the organized unit within the KZN, we have 4 other matters that are under investigation. But however, the investigations can lead to any number. We are looking at number of individuals as the investigation are unfolding. But currently there is 4 decision dockets that we are looking at, and in some of the dockets, the 4 dockets that I'm talking about, there might be a number of accused that we are looking at. So a number can be anything from 0 to any number, but there is a number of accused that we are looking at. And the reason why I cannot specifically give a number is because I can give you a number, but tomorrow when I wake up, there is new information and there is an addition or a minus to the number that I've provided. But there is quite a reasonable number that we are looking at. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, but the first question is with regard to the so-called decision dockets that you call decision dockets. You say there are 4 of those.
There are 4 decision dockets. Decision is those that are not yet before court. Remember, there are 3 court dockets.
Yes.
And there are 4 decision dockets that we are looking at.
Okay.
So in total, you'll have plus minus 7.
And as far as the 4 decision dockets are concerned, how many people are currently involved there, if you have the number? So how many people are currently involved as far as the decision dockets are concerned?
In one case, it will be 1. Maybe 2 cases, it will be 1. And then in another cases, it will be a number of individuals. As I've said, that investigations are still unfolding. We're looking at these matters, and the number is not something that we can confirm at this stage. As I've said, that the investigations related to this matter are quite complex, and And numbers is not something that it is easy to determine, because you look at a variety of issues, and it changes almost on daily basis. Information, evidence comes at high speed, and we cannot at this stage to say this is the exact number, but there is a reasonable number of individuals that we are looking at.
Okay, and apart from the 4 decision dockets, are you aware how many other people, that's now apart from the decision dockets, are currently under investigation? Or can't you divulge on that?
Well, the people that I'll know of is the people that we are looking at in KZN, which is the number that which is the people that I've just said that we are looking at the number of people.
Okay.
And we're trying to see as to how do we link these individuals and to what level, and also eliminate those that are not directly or they're not involved. So it's difficult at this stage just to give a precise number. It can be any number by tomorrow. Thank you.
How many dockets in KwaZulu-Natal relate to the so-called looting? In total, do you have those statistics?
I do.
Yes.
Sorry, I do. There was a total of 2,219 dockets.
And of these, how many prosecutions? So, how many decisions to prosecute?
All but 64. There were 64 that were not enrolled, which amounts to 2.8%. And the remainder are being prosecuted.
Thank you very much. Is it possible for you to also provide us with the national and provincial, national statistics in this regard?
Sorry, I don't have access to the national statistics.
Yeah, and I suppose you would also not have access to the statistics in other provinces such as
No.
Northern Cape and Mpumalanga.
No.
Thanks.
Chair, just maybe to come in. I think with regard to information that the Commission will request from us, I think it will be proper that there is a proper engagement with our national office and our DPP, because I think we work under their mandate, and we will obviously engage with them and inform them what the Commission will request. And I think at that level, maybe they will engage with the Commission, so that we make sure that all protocol are followed when we divulge that particular information. We would like to share the information with the Commission, but obviously there will be an engagement with the TPP and probably the national office. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, so from our side, I think maybe you should also try to understand that the unrest led to serious violations of human rights, numerous violations, including the safety and security, freedom and security of the person that has been violated. Many other human rights were violated, human dignity, right to a basic education, etc. And in a sense, it's important for us also in terms of our own mandate to make sure that there is justice for the victims of the unrests and the necessary redress in that regard. So one of the things we would like to make sure of is we hear from you, you know you're doing your utmost and your best, but we need to establish also from our side whether enough is being done by all the relevant authorities, NPA, Hawks, etc., to really move on these matters. So it might be that there might be more information that you don't want to mention in public that we would be requesting from you to satisfy ourselves that enough is being done to get at the bottom of something that really led to very serious violations of human rights. I'm just mentioning that that we might reach out as far as some of these issues are concerned, and then you might have to take us, not in public, but in camera, or in however that could be done in your confidence, so that when we write our report, for example, we are in a position to, for example, say, without mentioning names, whatever the case may be, of people being investigated or whatever, but that, you know, we have satisfied ourselves that in terms of redressing these serious human rights violations, you know, enough is being done. So I just wanted to mention that to you. That is, yes,
noted.
you want to react to that? You want to react?
I was saying that, Chair, it is noted what the Chair has just mentioned.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Commissioner Ntuli? No questions from Commissioner Ntuli. Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chair. You've asked the question about the total number of cases within KZN. And my understanding is that 64 are not enrolled, so the others are on the roll.
That's correct, yes.
Just a simple question, because we're looking at it from another perspective. Of these, the rest of those, obviously you will find more coming because the investigations are ongoing, so this number will increase.
Yes.
And the second thing is, of this that's on the roll, it will be interesting, you don't have to answer now, but if you can give us the information, how many are without bail, who are now in the correction centers, and how many has got bail? Because one of the concerns we have also is that already we have a capacity problem within the correctional centers in terms of, you know, overcrowding, and,
Yes.
and if this fourth wave is coming, certainly it will add to the problems that correctional centers will. It will be very interesting to see how many cases have got bail or free bail or are without bail and so on.
Yes,
Thank
I
you,
don't have that information at my disposal now, but it's certainly something that we could obtain.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your cooperation with us and setting an example to all public office bearers to work with the Commission to get to the bottom of some of the matters that we are looking at. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate your cooperative spirit. Thank you so much. All the best, and you are excused. And we will rise then for the day tomorrow. Yes, sorry? Yes?
Sorry, Chairperson, I don't know whether it's appropriate.
Oh, yes.
Whether it's appropriate, but today starts the 16 days of activism. And maybe this hearing can just note that as 16 days of activism against GBV, violence against women and children. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So we will rise now. Tomorrow we will be listening to the premiers of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, their evidence, as well as the current Minister of Defence, Minister Thandi Modise, the former Speaker. Thank you very much, and all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.